should we actually fix that gap? And the only way to do that is through data. And that's why I asked over here, the simple questions I was asking. Can you actually prove what is wrong and where we need to go? And for ASEC, what we have done is that we have conducted a rapid assessment for the ecosystem, identifying the barriers, the gaps, the opportunities, and where we need to be looking into. Shortly after that presentation, we also want to bring you case studies. Now, one thing we always do in our presentation when we go speak about the work that ASEC is doing, especially its members, people say, what is an ESO? What is an entrepreneur support organization? What's an innovation hub? So we have 2 case studies. We have maybe or 3, but we have 2 case studies that we're going to present to you. One is a government ESO. Another one is a private sector ESO. And we want to say how we can start collaborating together, because the agenda is the same, and that is the purpose of this meeting. And then we'll go into another roundtable discussion, whereby we look at how are we then creating solutions together using one unified voice. And so we'll have a roundtable discussion from there, and then now also we'll develop right here in this room a draft collaboration framework, where we say how government can work with the startups, and SMEs can also work with the entrepreneur support organizations, and also working with the investors to ensure that we have an enabling environment, to ensure that also we have guaranteed the social and economic prosperity of the Kenyan entrepreneurship enablers of Kenya. And that is an important discussion to have, because the more work we're doing and we're producing quality innovations, but also we're creating jobs. But how can that also look at developing an enabling environment? And then we'll have also different reactions from the group, and then we can call the discussion a close for today. So thank you so much. It's a great morning. Really, we have a lot of good things ready for you. My only call to you is that let's bring your presentness in this moment. I know there are many things happening. Let's be present, let's collaborate, let's discuss, let's talk, let's network, because this is actually our right time to do this. And hopefully, even from this discussion, who knows, we could come up with solutions for all the different challenges we're seeing that are happening at a social level, but even at a national level as well. So thank you so much. We're really happy to have you here. And as I exit the stage, I want to invite Isaac to come and give us the presentation. Thank you so much.
The innovation ecosystem, what are some of the enablers, what are some of the barriers, but more importantly, what's happening across the world as well. And then beyond that, try to see what are some of the opportunity areas you can look at in terms of designing and enabling environments for that. So I think for today we have all the different players in the room. And what you're going to be sharing is just a snippet of that, because it's a much more detailed report. But then the goal of this is just to have discussions today, and we'd love to get a lot of input from you around, how do you understand with some of the existing policies, but more importantly, within specific areas, what policies and initiatives can we design to help create a thriving environment. So I think before I start, maybe just to have a sense of who's in the room. Any entrepreneurs in the room? Ooh, quite a number, yeah. I think I met some who are even traveling from far and wide, so that's really good. I think big up to the ASEC team for making sure that happens, and everyone who's working on that. Maybe ESOs in the room? Wow, I'm also seeing quite a number. What other groups do you have in the room? Oh yeah, of course, Kenya government agencies we have in the room. Yeah, cool. Why I'm even asking you to raise your hands is because later on when you're doing discussions, we'll have to spread across, right? We'll have to have each of the table have different players and actors so that we're able to have conclusive discussions and round table discussions around the outcomes. So for today, we're just setting the context and the stage, and then it's for us as a group to brainstorm, build out ideas and all that. And importantly, as Mazi has mentioned, at the end of it, we want to build a collaborative framework, right? So how is government working together with ESOs? How is ESOs collaborating with each other? But more importantly, again, what next? What's moving forward? So I'll just highlight a couple of highlights from our report. Ranks us at 62. Then we can move to the other one that sort of shares out where we are doing across different areas. So you can see, depending on the different sort of sections and all that, we rank differently. But where it's a bit worrying is where we are lagging behind in terms of performance. So definitely some aspects that we're scoring really low is on human capital and research, on market sophistication, on infrastructure, and things like that. So if you're looking at this across the 132 countries, we actually ranked around 100. So there's still more to do. I think what the data revealed, in as much as there's so much activity happening in the city, this research explores the whole country. So it's also looking to the areas outside Nairobi and trying to see, as a country, how we're performing on that. So generally, in as much as we have high infrastructure in the city, the situation is a bit different outside the city, right? So we are looking towards how do we then, scale this out to all the different regions in Kenya and things like that. Yeah, and then in terms of just a bit of highlights, these are some of the top ranked startups. Some of them, I will not call them startups as well. I think they've grown a bit bigger now to like other coming up. But just a highlight of some of the players in that. And I think we also have a lot of government agencies here to highlight. I think we'll move to the next slide. Yes, this is really important for us to look at. I don't know if a lot of us had this data, but the data we have is on just general profile of an entrepreneur. So the income, average income, again, there's a bit of data bias towards how much people in Nairobi earn compared to other areas. But the general data we have is, on average, the income is for any entrepreneur is between 10,000 to 30,000 Kenya shillings. And then about 19.6% don't have a bank account, so some data to look at. And then majority of the invested capital is about 200,000 and above. And of the people that sort of we gathered data from, about 78% have applied for loan, and 21% did not. And then there's data that everyone knows. more male entrepreneurs are a bit more, they are more risk takers than female, so about 13% compared to female, which is 6% of that data. And then just looking through some of the needs that a lot of entrepreneurs are sharing, so where we're seeing a lot of the challenges is on some of the pinpoints they have is on digitization. So I think, as you guys know, we are having a lot of changes in terms of technology and things like that, right? A lot of businesses that started out with an existing business model have had to shift because of digitalization. So a lot of SMEs are struggling to see how do they become digital as well. Access to capital, I think everyone knows that as a challenge. Access to find the best talent. So I'm curious, even in the room, who are some of the organizations that are helping startups and ESOs access talent? Just raising up a hand. 2. Okay, guys, that's a back gap, right? At the end of the day, for us to grow businesses, we need talent, right? And in as much as we are doing a lot of training and all that to the founders, the question becomes, the founders can't do every single thing in the business, doing projections, doing marketing, doing pitches, doing that. And we have a big talent gap. But on the other hand, we also have a lot of graduates coming to the market. So I think the question becomes, who's really helping address that gap in a sustainable way, right? In a viable way. And so I think those are some of the discussions we'll have around. There's something to do with location, which means access to resources that a lot of these entrepreneurs have. And then going next into just understanding what some of the barriers to the ecosystem. Highlight just briefly on the next slide. Access to supporting infrastructure is a challenge that a lot of, it's a big challenge in terms of the innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem. Access to funding, which is access to credit. And then we're also seeing a lot of rapid ecosystem changes and access to markets. And I think a big case for the ecosystem changes is, I think, when we had COVID, and then after that, a lot of businesses have to change their model, right? Not just small businesses, but also big organizations as well. So these are some of the things that, as an ecosystem, are a bit of a challenge, right? So in as much as we have a lot of infrastructure in the city, it's not the same case across. Access to credit and funding, it's a discussion we can really have to understand who are the organizations that actually access funding and which ones cannot access funding. And then also access to markets. I think we are moving more towards, if you're just serving Kenya, you're not serving the entire market, right? There's a chance that, you need to go into the East African market. There's a chance that some of your raw materials must come from Uganda or Tanzania and things like that. So it's exciting to see what policy can we think about to also broaden our areas of geographies of operation, not just within the smaller towns that we're in, but also across markets as well. And then just some highlights on, in as much as we have had also successes, we've also had a lot of exits. And this is for 2022, but I think there's even more data, if you guys can know about the ecosystem around some of the startups shutting down or sometimes exiting. So we had examples such as Sendy, and I think for them, it was just market understanding, access to funding. There's also that notion of expanding fast. We had Swivel. I don't know if anyone used Swivel the time they're in the market. Yeah. It's interesting to talk about Swivel, but one of the reasons he did mention was around regulation, right? As a big factor for them to exit, and also operational challenges. So it's exciting to also see, in as much as the concept might be nice, what are some of the regulatory environments on that. And then you had Nopea Ride. At that time, electric mobility was starting off, but then they also shut at that time as well. The market was not ready. If not that, also there are not also existing policies to support how they operate. So there's a lot more to discuss around that. So in as much as we are also seeing successes, we also need to look at, for companies that have done really well, why have they exited the market, right? And maybe we can have discussions around that to see that. And then some data on just talking through now with regards to the policy and regulation landscape. On the next slide. So of course, at the moment, we have a lot of key policies and regulations that guide how entrepreneurship ecosystem operate. So we have the Kenya Micro and Small Enterprise Policy for promoting MSMEs, for wealth creation and employment creation. We have the Micro and Small Enterprise Act of 2022. We have the Startup Act that was supposed to be signed into law in April. Today is 30th, just for context. Yeah. Yeah, I think what's exciting about all these policies, and I think it's good we have the players in here, is a lot of the policies are speaking around how do we enable, how do we create enabling environments for businesses to thrive? How do we think about access to resources and support services? How do we think about inclusivity and equality? And then how are we leveraging innovation and technology? And also how are we building governance and accountability? So this is about all of that, and I don't know if it's important to discuss about the bill if it's not signed into law or not, but maybe also that's a good thing to look at. And then just the next slide, which speaks around now the ease of doing business and where we lie. So globally, there are areas where we have emerged really good, where we're doing really well. So access to electricity is somewhere we do really well as a country. Protecting minority investors, as you might know, like a lot of this, sometimes the startups operating in the market probably have also foreign founders and things like that. So I think there's still that sort of interest to really, how do we protect also local stakeholders who are part of this. Access to credit is something we're doing really well. And then comes the things we're not really doing well, right? So we're not doing really well in paying taxes. Yeah, I don't know. We're still also not doing well in like thinking about enforcement of contracts, registering of property, trading across borders, time taken to import, border compliance, cost to import, again, and then also issues to do with insolvency. How fast can you close down shop as well? And I think it's important, right? Because you might also have a lifetime that you operate, but then how's that process? So probably a lot of businesses don't go all that far, but it'll be important to look into that. And then looking into now more around bottlenecks of what's happening at the moment. So we did speak to a few ESOs, and some of the biggest bottlenecks has to do with licensing and business registration process. Issues to do with tax, which has been a big conversation, the last couple of months with the finance bill and a lot of things. Having things to do with IP, and I think we have, maybe a team member can speak on that. Access to foreign markets, and then also infrastructure development, and then also thinking about environmental sustainability and things like that. So, of course, within even the Startup Act and the Finance Act, there are some provisions that probably don't spur growth of SMEs compared to businesses. So I think for me, the touch point is, at what level can we influence some of this modification of these policies to really spur that? And I think the only way we can do that is if you have a collaboration framework, if you're speaking through with one single voice as well. And then just some data to speak around how we're doing across other different markets on the next slide. A good example is, I think you've seen a lot of conferences and businesses happening in Rwanda, right? In terms of that. So the question is why, right? So a good example is Rwanda has a bit of focus on startups, and some of the things they're doing really well is, a good example, they're giving a zero rated pay up to 276 USD. So that's a really good thing. And they're also giving a bit of accelerated depreciation. VAT and CIT taxes, 5-year exemption as well. They're a bit more supportive in intellectual property. They're providing seed innovation fund, immigration incentives, and also creating leave for creation startups and exemption for payment on tax. So there's a bit more strategic effort towards startups, and maybe it's really important to see how we're doing the same, right? Nigeria on the other side with a bigger market and also that, also have some things that I've thought about. They are way bigger in the innovation ecosystem with accelerators and incubation. They have a lot of local investors compared to Kenya in terms of like them investing in their own companies as well. So maybe also the conversation can be, what environments are we creating for other local investors to look at it? I think when everyone is thinking about funding, they're always thinking about external funding, right? But I think, there's chance to like start, stopping investing now in real estate, thinking about investing in businesses. But then it depends with who are those types of investors, what do they care about, and how does the environment support for them to actually explore startups to like invest in, right? And ticket sizes. So maybe that's something we can also look at. And then there are also things such as startup portal that aggregates information. So a good example, we hear a lot of ESOs, but again, ASEC has tried a good job to like, create all this sort of grouping of ESOs. But then if I ask randomly, if you're to choose, if you're to, give me a name of an ESO that's really good at this, I think a lot of us will not be able to do that. So we don't even know what each other is doing in that sort of form and shape. And maybe that's where the problem becomes. I think we are also sometimes bottlenecking competition, right? We look at each other like we can't look each other in the face. But maybe there's a chance if we talk to each other, we might even perform better and we might leverage on each other. So there are a lot of discussion points around how do we leverage existing resources, like even our existing team members support each other. How do you leverage our strengths to even access funding requirements? And there are issues such as, some of the funding requirements, requires you to have met certain objectives. You independently cannot meet that objective, right? But by working with someone else, you're able to do that. So I think the room discussion today is just for us to be able to look into the mirror. And as much as we may hate each other, what are the ways we love each other? And then how can we build across that? Just to finalize on that, so based on that, there's some, just on the next slide, there's some ecosystem recommendations as well, just thought about early on. Big one, again, is how do we decentralize innovation and entrepreneurship support, right? We are here in Nairobi. Of course, ASEC has done a bit of job to go in each of the locations, but I think there's still more to see. How do we build capacity across all the 47 counties? How are we building, how are we leveraging technology to share what different startups are doing? The government actually is providing a lot of funding, or even be able to provide either credibility for you to access resources. How are we leveraging that to support the startups you're working with? And then policy advocate, a lot to do with trade, right? I think at the end of the day, not everyone is innovating on tech products. A lot of us are also dealing with actual goods and services. How are we thinking about trade? How are we understanding other markets in terms of trade, in terms of taxes, in terms of processes, and how are we, helping build that to be an ecosystem. And then we do have initiatives such as the county innovation centers. It's easy to see what's the touch point between those and existing ESOs and things like that. So for now, I think we'll stop there just to give you a sense of what the discussion points could look like. And then when you come from the break, we'll also give you a bit more, direct insights to look at. But this moment, I think it will be important for us to explore some case studies of what.
Thank you so much. He deserves a better round of applause. Let me tell you, policy is one of the most toughest things to tackle because a lot of data. You're going back into even pre-colonial data, because if you look at some of the policies we have, and for example, the Building Act that was, I think, instituted in 1950s, we're still using it up to today, even with everything that's happening in the space. So policy is a lot of things that we need to start discussing concretely. And thank you so much for really summarizing that in a way that we can actually digest and move it forward. So I want to invite one of our members, Maureen Mora from SOMO Africa, to give her case study, really showcasing what they're doing, because always people think we are here just to train entrepreneurs, but we actually go a mile further and really support entrepreneurs to build a business that can really thrive and grow. So Maureen, over to you. And let's give a round of applause, please.
Thank you very much, Marcy. Good morning, everyone. My name is Maureen Mora, and I head the partnerships and fundraising team at SOMO Africa. So before I go into my presentation, I'd like to react to Isaac's presentation and just take out key things that stood out for me. And number one, the key thing that stood out was ensuring we have standardized tools and frameworks, because most of the feedback we get from our entrepreneurs is training fatigue. They've gone through trainings of all the ESOs, but at the end of the day, what do they want? Capital. But some of them have given us feedback saying when they start these trainings, they think they need money. But once they get into the trainings, they realize they needed the skills, attitude, and mindset. So we need that shift as well. So to just get started, technology, and we're talking about innovation. So I just click, we go. Okay, fine, good. Yeah. So but there is a lot that needs to be done outside Nairobi. And one of the things that need to be done is to understand the ecosystems in those different geographical locations. And that's one thing that we realized. In Western Kenya, most of our entrepreneurs are under agriculture, agro-processing, a little bit of circularity and blue economy. Then when you jump over to coastal Kenya, a higher percentage is blue economy, followed by a little bit of agro-processing, agriculture. And then the rest are spread out. So how do we support these entrepreneurs? How does this holistic approach look like? So the journey starts off with our digital training tool known as DigiSomo. At this stage, it's self-paced. They're able to access our business content either through a basic feature phone or a smartphone. And the content is disseminated either through SMS, voice, as well as video content. And we recently launched rich media content through our WhatsApp channel. After the self-paced training stage, for the enterprises and entrepreneurs that are interested to go through a hands-on blended curriculum, they join the academy where we focus on capacity building and skills acquisition. And we have 3 training tracks. We have a basic business track that targets the real brick and mortar types of businesses. So these are our typical Mama Mboga, Mama Samaki, Mama Mayai. And then we have our social and green curriculum that targets enterprises like under the agro-processing, agriculture, circularity, and the rest. And then the last training track under the academy is our technical training with a focus on 2 sectors, that is agro-processors and hygiene types of businesses. So we are certified in partnership with KEBS and KIDI to provide them with the right skills for them to learn how to make peanut butter and other products. After the academy, for the enterprises that are able to show their scalability model, sustainability, and employability, they join our 2-year accelerator program where they now receive non-commercial financing through SOMO and some of our growth partners. And an example to that is we have Bestseller Foundation that supports specifically circularity types of businesses in Kenya and Tanzania. We also have a partnership with Standard Chartered Foundation with a focus on women entrepreneurship in Kenya. And we also have DTB that facilitates the funds through Bestseller Foundation just because of the regulations in Tanzania. And it's good that we're talking about regulations because understanding the entrepreneurial ecosystem, and I think Isaac did a comparison between Rwanda and Nigeria. So what about the rest? For Tanzania, as SOMO, we cannot directly provide access to finance. So that's why we build strategic partnerships to facilitate that kind of support. And then going back slightly, under SOMO community, now that's where we provide the business development support. So we pair these entrepreneurs with SOMO staff who are business coaches, but we also have an access to a database of volunteer experts in different fields that work with these entrepreneurs. And then lastly, we also have a set of other digital tools. So we have a digital record keeping tool. What does that mean for us? We are moving away from the normal using exercise books, or you find entrepreneurs say, I'll remember it off head and then I'll write once I get home or by the end of the week or by the end of the month. And then when that time comes, they don't remember. So what we have done, if you have a Kabambe, you'll be provided a USSD code by our tech team to do the record keeping, or if you have WhatsApp, you're also able to do the same. Quickly proceeding, so in terms of financial access, since 2016, we had invested over $2 million to our entrepreneurs through the different financing partners. And then how does the future look like? Now that you're talking about policy, how does the next 5 years for SOMO look like? We're looking at geographical expansion across Africa. We're looking at still continuing to create more strategic partnerships through TOTs as well as financing institutions. Also looking at model advancement and refinements. For us, this means how do we move away from using the normal collateral for access to finance? How do we use data? And again, I am glad Isaac used that approach. So we are using data to determine which businesses can be invested in, and all our financing partners are in with us using that model. So it's still being tested. It has been tested for the past 8 years, and we've been able to see a lot of success. In terms of numbers, by 2027, we are looking to reach 27,000 entrepreneurs through our digital tools, train 15,000 entrepreneurs through our academy, fund 3,000 businesses, and those businesses, we're expecting them to create over 62,000 jobs. So I'd just like to appreciate some of our partners, ASEC being one of them. We've been members of ASEC for a long time, and we'll still continue being members of ASEC. We have other financing partners, global and international partners that are supporting our mission and pushing us forward. And yeah, so that's it. So thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to the conversations, especially looking at things around the digitalization. If we want to tap into access to markets, we need to move. We are in the digital era, but essentially we are not in the digital era. Because if our entrepreneurs are not positioned to access digital opportunities, they cannot access external markets. So thank you very much, everyone. And on behalf of SOMO Africa, we are happy to be here and looking forward to building more partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maureen. How I met Maureen was when I was asked to be a coach in one of their hubs in Kibera and I think Korogosho also. Yeah. And so that's how they started, right in the community where these entrepreneurs needed the support. And now you've seen they've gone Pan-African. Let's just give them a round of applause, please. Exactly. And that's why it's good to be part of our network, because we help you grow over the years. Now, without further ado, I want to invite our government ESO, and representing the Kenya Industry Research Development Institute will be Dr. Polong, who's the Director of Technology Transfer and Extension Services. Karibu sana, Daktari. Yes, let's clap for him until he gets here. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mercy and the team and friends. Good morning. Good morning once again. Very good. So, yeah. So I'm going to present to you this morning our attempt to support entrepreneurs in a bid to foster the enabling environment for entrepreneurship. So that is or improve existing products. Thirdly, we offer quality assurance and standardization or rather we support MSMEs through quality assurance and standardization. We ensure that their products are of high quality and that conform to national, regional, as well as international standards. Fourthly, we offer incubation and common manufacturing facilities to our MSMEs, where we give them working space and mentorship as well as guidance. Probably just how we've been doing, probably in terms of trend over the past few years. Our trend in terms of the support that we offer to MSMEs has been increasing. We've been able to offer more than 1,000 rather interacting with more than 1,000 MSMEs in the past year. Yeah, so these are examples of our MSMEs and how we've been able to support them in terms of value addition to agro-produce. We have supported a number of them in honey processing, vegetables, fruits and vegetables. Some have come up with very, very premium products that have been able to access both the local and as well as the regional market. Yes, we've supported them in mushroom production, mushroom value addition. You can see very high quality product that we've been able to produce. We are also operating in the blue economy. Down there at the coast, we are able to support our MSMEs and fish cooling, processing and drying facilities at Kwale County. We've also done a lot of work on seaweed at Kibuyuni, and our MSMEs have been able to produce very high quality products, as you can see, from seaweed. Yeah, we have also have a lot of experience on leather and leather products and processing technologies. Our MSMEs have been able to produce high quality products from leather that have been able to enter into the local as well as the regional market. So we are able to offer also technology support to whoever wants to start a leather processing facility and train MSMEs who want to produce leather goods. Yeah, we are also working on natural fibers, bananas, cotton, and many other natural fibers to produce high quality goods like hair pieces, sanitary pads from natural fibers that are environmentally friendly. Yeah, so those are some of the products that our MSMEs have been able to produce from natural fibers. Very high quality mats and carpets from bamboo and other natural fibers. And we've been able to offer them technologies for branding and dyeing of their products, textile products. Yeah, so we also have a technology for making sanitary pads. Our MSMEs who are involved in that space can come to Kirdi and utilize our equipment to produce sanitary pads to support our social development, especially around young girls at schools and in the poor communities. This is an SME that we were able to support through an innovative product that uses waste material, that is bagasse, and fungal mycelium as a binder to produce very high quality boards. Yeah, we're also operating in the environment space where we are supporting SMEs to come up with products from waste recycling. They are able to come up with building blocks and a number of other high quality premium products. Yeah, we're also operating in the clay and pottery space where we have been able to support our MSMEs to produce very high quality clay and pottery products that have been able to enter into the local and the regional market. Yes, we also offer equipment design and development. We have a robust engineering workshops that are able to produce very high quality equipment for use in our production or for MSMEs production facilities. These are some of the MSMEs that we've been able to support. We are able to support MSMEs to come up with gas fire stoves. Some have entered into the building space or construction space and come up with standardized windows and doors that meet a local standard. We offer training to groups. This is just an example of a group that we gave training, a group from Makueni County, CBO, on cooktop assembly some times back. Yeah, we also, we've worked a lot on utilization of agricultural and slaughter waste for production of biogas. We've been able to support a number of upcoming MSMEs to develop biogas systems that utilize wastes from agriculture or processing plants or like slaughterhouses. So we are also in the clean cooking and space. We are able to produce very high quality and efficient cook stoves and gas fire stoves that are less emissive or less polluting and are safe to use within closed doors. Yeah, so we also offer the laboratory testing for those stoves. So we have a very robust laboratory that can measure emissions and the efficiency of these cook stoves. Yes, we are also helping them to produce briquettes from agricultural waste. This is an attempt to, of course, decrease the deforestation levels in the country. So we come up with a technology for production of briquettes that will take the space of charcoal that has become a very big menace, and that is why now we are seeing a lot of environmental impacts, floods, because of the way we have, mismanaged our environment. So we have a technology for production of briquettes that could, of course, complement the use of charcoal. Yeah, so these are some of the clean cooking equipment that we've been able to develop for institutional use. The so-called GCOs can be used in schools and hospitals and can utilize agricultural waste. Yes, we've worked a lot on value addition to natural products. We've been able to come with a premium products from moringa, aloe vera, essential oils from a number of fruits. So these are some of the premium products that have been able to, that have been produced at Kirdi and have been able to enter into the market. Some, I'm sure you've seen a number that are available in our local supermarkets, but I can tell you that some have been able to even penetrate into the international or the European market. Yeah, we are also working on animal feeds for formulation. We help our MSMEs to formulate, standardize animal feed products, of course, to an attempt to improve our cultural produce. So we are we have a robust mechanism for formulation of animal feed that supports our local MSMEs. Our presence in the country, we have a presence in Kisumu, a big facility in Kisumu that does quite a bit. It is involved in honey processing, juice processing. We have our presence in Kisii. Kisii, we are doing a lot of value addition to bananas and banana value addition technology, as well as on vegetable and cereals. We also have a presence in Migori. We provide CMF and incubation services to a number of entrepreneurs down there at Migori, especially in terms of processing of cereals, legumes, soya, ginger, chilies, and many other value addition streams. Yeah, so these are some of the MSMEs that we've been able to support at Migori. They've come up with the premium products that are currently in the market. We also have a presence we've done some work at Bomet, but we have a physical presence in Garissa, where we are doing some value addition to livestock products, especially camel. We are doing some work in camel meat, as well as camel milk. So we have assisted a number of women groups to come up with quality products, standardized quality products, which they have been able to sell to the international market. Yeah, we have also assisted, done some work in Wajir country in terms of setting up a gum and resin factory. Of course, that uses gum and resins from Kesha, Senegal. Yeah, so that is briefly our presentation. I'm sure that we'll have questions. We have a big team that will help me answer any question that you have. Thank you very much.
That is excellent. Are we ready with the chairs? Okay, great. Let's give him another round of applause. It's really great to see. I think you're serving more than 15 sectors. Have you seen that? More than 15 sectors, and it's actual products with a brand name, even the PO box of the product. And I think there are some products you've shown here that I've actually bought from the supermarket. So I can testify that you're doing a really great job. So thank you so much for sharing what you're doing as KD. And I think there's a lot of opportunities where we can start to see the convergence, because policy is not only for the private sector, but even government also needs the policy environment, because they're doing a lot of good work. So as we're setting up the stage here, how many people have some questions for our panelists? We've had 3 from our presenters. Does anyone here have any questions? There's no question. Oh, there's one there. Salma, I'm seeing like you have a question. Any other questions? 2, 3? Okay. Wonderful. So I'll just want to request my panelists to come back on stage. Isaac, Dr. Polong, Maureen. Any other questions? I want them to do quick and then we can go for tea break. Wonderful. Oh, okay, great. Wonderful. So if you have any questions, please just come over here so we can see you, because we're also streaming live and want to ensure that the audience is also able to be able to see you ask the questions. So ready to start? Okay, come. And then the second person, just come, can sit over here.
Na wasalimu hamjambo. Kwa majina naitwa Ken Auma kutoka Youth Action Forum for Networking. In short, we call it YAFNET. And it's a pleasure to be here. Maswali ni mengi lakini nitauliza moja. We've talked about the youth, the women, and the PWDs. In all the presentations, we have policy documents on youth, on women, on PWD, lakini hatujaona kama zimeekwa kama partners ama reference documents or things like that. So is it by coincidence or by chance? Asante.
Thank you so much for that. So you'll note that down.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, panelists. My name is Charles Modoi from Adept Advisory. We specialize in employee engagement and wellness. My question goes specifically to Daktari from Kildi. It's interesting to see how good things government is doing, as much as you complain about government. So government, you need to make a lot of noise about it. So my question is, you've mentioned about export, and one of the challenges of export is capacity. At times you get orders that you cannot service. So my question is, how do you help your entrepreneurs to increase scale to meet those export demands? Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Benedict Kariuki. I'm from one of the ESOs, AK Advisory. My question is my request is to SOMO, especially to tell us more about the maker spaces, especially the strategic areas you have them in Kibera, I think Kayole, and I think Githurai. And what advantage are they giving, because they complement what Kirdi is doing. Thank you.
Great. Have I left anyone else with a question? Oh, great.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. It's a wonderful morning, yeah? My name is James Odhiambo Abonyo. I'm the CEO at Kibwe App Store. We offer services in integrating the agri-commerce and warehousing. That is a warehouse management system. So my question I would like to address to KD and SOMO. My first addressing, it goes to KD. That is, what are the strategies does the organization have to incorporate the private sector? And to SOMO, what are the what corporate financing do you have for the private sector? Do you do venture capital? Do you do angel funding? Do you do the VCs, that is? So that's all. Thank you.
Right, thank you so much for those wonderful questions. So I'll hand it over to Maureen. Let's start with you first.
Perfect. So starting off with the first question on the maker spaces. So one thing about SOMO, we are intentionally positioned in those communities because, number one, we've seen and we understand the challenges that they go through and they've shared them with us. So for instance, the reason why we have our production facility in Githurai, it's because number one, that location is neutral for both Nairobi and Kiambu entrepreneurs, and that facility supports entrepreneurs that make peanut butter, honey, detergent, other beauty products. So the reason why we are just there, it's because we are able to ensure that those two. But the plan we have moving forward is how can we get these kinds of production spaces into other counties. And the plan we have around that is we first have a good understanding of each county's strength. So for example, in Western Kenya, agriculture and agro-processing is very heavy. And you've heard from Kirdi, they do have like a facility there that supports those entrepreneurs. There is also another gap, accessing to raw materials. So what we are doing in Western Kenya, we are running a supply chain optimization program to ensure and support our entrepreneurs to access these raw materials easily. We also have like a storage facility as well, so that we cut down on some of the challenges they tell us that they face. Because we don't want to give them a grant, and then that grant goes to paying for transportation, paying for storage, paying for machinery. And then once they get the products and the raw materials, they don't have the finances to now do the actual production because they don't have packaging, they don't have branding, they don't have marketing. So that's why we intentionally set up those production facilities so that we cut down on the challenges and issues they face. I hope I've answered that question, but I'm ready to take more if any comes up. And then for the strategic for, oh no, that one was for KD. what are the, like, how do we support the access to finance program? So the way we run our access to finance, it is pretty much pegged and tied to data. The different financing partners we work with, we essentially work with impact funds and banks, but through the foundation side because of the interest rate. For other guys like angel investors, VCs, number one, the stage at which our entrepreneurs start from, it's really at the grassroots. They still don't have what it takes to attract that level and standard of financing. So we have to support them to get them to that stage. Right now, we're in talks with other types of financing institutions to understand what is it that our entrepreneurs are lacking for them to access those types of financing, and how can we work with other partners to fill in that gap. So to just simply answer that question, we are really at the grassroots, and we are providing them with grants that are non-repayable. We also have we run revolving loan funds with these different financing partners. So for like Standard Chartered, with them it's a revolving loan fund targeting specifically women entrepreneurs. Similarly to Bestseller Foundation, Mkono, Optimizer. But what we do when we build these partnerships, we do the fund management, because the groundwork that needs to be done to ensure that this entrepreneur is eligible and their business has what it takes to take on a specific ticket size, it's a lot of work. So you find most financing partners shy away from that. They prefer already established with good records and a good credit standing to give that financing to. We understand that, but what happens to these small MSMEs? That's now where SOMO comes in, and that's how we build our partnerships with these financing institutions. I hope I answered all the questions. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Charles asked how we are assisting private sector to increase capacity in terms of export. Yeah, so what we have is that we have I talked about the common manufacturing facility or the common user facility. What we have done is to put in place equipment and machinery and space, where as an entrepreneur, if you want, for example, to export 20,000 wallets, say to London or the UK, you can come to Kirdi, use the equipment that are there, the high quality equipment, use them to produce your 20,000 wallets, take your goods to the market, come back again, do the same. So you have free access. You got unlimited access to this equipment. And you pay a token. It's only a token. You got access to space. You got access to the human resource, the people who will be running those machines. You got access to utilities and by only paying a small fee. So you have access to all those facilities. So we are assisting, because remember we are a government body, we don't do business. So all the things that I talked here and the goods that we show, the very beautiful products are from the private sector. So what we do is to offer them that facility to use. We also link them to other government bodies that are involved in these value chains. We link them to the Kenya Industrial Estate, which has space as well as money, resources. So you can borrow from the Kenya Industrial Estate. If you've grown large enough, you can get space, production space from the Kenya Industrial Estates. They are spread across the country, so we link you to those other government organizations. Yeah, so Abonyo asked the strategies that we put in place to incorporate the private sector. I think those two questions are interlinked. We don't do business, we only facilitate the private sector to use government infrastructure to, produce their goods and sell. So we have policies. If you have large production, you can come to Kirdi. We enter into what we call contract manufacturing if you don't have people. So you can come to Kildi, we enter into a contract manufacturing. You want to manufacture 100,000 pieces of any good, Kildi can do that for you, quality and standardized goods. Then you come and take your goods. We have that common manufacturing facility where we have all the equipment that you need. Come and use it at your own time. Take your goods to the market, come back again, and so forth and so forth. Yeah, I think those were the two issues were directed to me. Unless if is anything else, I'll add at a later stage.
I think I'll tackle the first question around, a lot of the data also lacking highlight on, like programs that are supporting people with like disabilities and all that. So I think over the last 1 month, actually one of the biggest challenges we've had in doing research is first even being able to identify the ESOs themselves. And I know that the common names and this probably what these ones have done, they have built an online presence, they're a bit active and a bit of that. So what we found out is there are a lot of support organizations doing amazing work but on the ground. And I think maybe at the point of registration, maybe they can also be informed around communities and associations they can join, right? Because if you're doing amazing work and your work is not documented, if we search online, we cannot find you. So again, there has to be a touch point where you can collect this data. So I think what we're trying to say is work exists, just that, again, if as an ESO yourself, you're not finding ways of communicating, ways of being part of a community, ways of engaging, then it's harder to know where you are at and all that. And I think that's one of the challenges we face. But also another challenge we found is also in regards to data sharing and information sharing. So a lot of people are doing fast, maybe you're doing same things, similar things. But beyond that, if someone reaches out to even understand your work, people are a bit, they're holding a bit of their data in terms of that. So it's exciting to see that there are also like programs basically focusing on targeting like special groups. And I think we need to amplify them the most. And I think we have ASEC here as one of the communities you need to be part of just to be able to do that. Yeah, but I think we can build better approaches of self-reporting on data, on the programs, on the impact that you're doing, so that again, that data is real time, is up to date, and be able to see the impactful work that a lot of organizations are doing. So it's one of the challenges actually, like being able to gather data that's accurate, especially on the ground for the different works that different organizations are doing.
I think I can add something on the people living with disabilities. One of the challenges we face as an organization is we do not have the expertise internally to be able to support entrepreneurs living with disabilities. And this goes even further in terms of what kind of extra resources and support do PWDs need. From SOMO's side, we're only able to support physical disabilities. We're limited to that. Even if we want to support entrepreneurs with other types of disabilities, we're limited. So that's the other big question as we're thinking about the policies and frameworks and everything. We need to ensure that inclusivity component, we address what are the extra resources needed, because there needs to be extra resources. And it's not just resources in terms of having, I don't know, hearing and other things. It's also accessing our different facilities. So for instance, our production facility can be accessed by different types of disabilities, but we are not able to support them fully while they are in those spaces. So if we come together and figure out what can we put together in one pot to support other groups of entrepreneurs, then that would be really great. But most ESOs, I'm not speaking for all the ESOs, I'm speaking for a few of us, most ESOs, we are limited and we can only reach a particular threshold. Yeah.
And I think, Maureen, the way you just said it, it now brings in the strong part for collaboration. We can only do up to here. Can someone else take over the baton? And I think that's one thing that really has to come out of this policy roundtable. There's a standard that was launched by Inaccessible that actually partnered with Kenya Bureau of Standards, KEBS, that actually ensure that every product and service must have a disability or feature. So if you're going to the website, there must be an option there. Just simple things like having a big font on the website, or the brightness of the laptop, and then also looking at different products, and actually mainly products that are coming out from the space, they must have that inclusivity feature. So we are seeing that already as a standard that has been published by KEBS and that specific NGO, but now more on that one, how do we operationalize it? And that's why we're having this discussion. How do we take that policy, that standard, that qualification, and then translate that into something that we can also utilize in our daily programming as entrepreneur support organizations, or even looking at how products and services are being developed. And I think KD also is doing the same on that. The other thing that maybe I can just mention is that we have so many policies, right? And so many acts and bills. What are we doing to harmonize all these different policies and acts that we have to really support either capacity building or maybe looking at how we can facilitate investment? I don't know if you have any thoughts on that one.
Thank you very much, Mercy. Yes, I know that there are very many policies and laws and regulations and bills. I think what the government has been trying to do is to harmonize a number of them. I remember, for example, in our space sometimes back we had so many policies on the science and technology space. So what happened was that the government consolidated all those policies and brought them under one policy, broad policy, that was being now spearheaded by the National Council for Science and Technology. Similarly, for MSMEs, I know that the startup bill, because I've participated in that, is just, I think now it's in the minister's office. It has tried to harmonize very many other policies and bills that were, were in place. So I think it's upon us also as stakeholders to bring those things to light, to bring the policies that are not conforming or at variance with what we are doing, so that the government can now consolidate all of them to, to create that first enabling environment. So it's upon us also to come up in sessions like this one, come up with one united front, so that we address those policies and bills that do not favor the kind of work that we are doing. Yeah.
I think my perspective from the research was, I think again, we did come across so many policies. The feedback is always lack of implementation, which is the obvious answer. But I think what we have seen, just an example with what you've highlighted around, the research and the bill around standardization and making sure that products are accessible. And going to what Maureen mentioned around, capacity and things like that. For some of the policies, they require different skills to be able to implement, or different opportunities to do that. So a good example, you might have an ESO specifically like looking towards supporting, like other ESOs in standardizing or making sure that their products are services and things like that. So I think what you've seen, as much as we might say the government put the policy but they're not implementing, I think there's space for like newer players to play in and try to see how do they create value in actualizing that. How do they make it simple and easy? Because again, for other people, it might be too much to think about the nitty-gritties. It's the same thing around even digitization, right? Like not every business can have the internal capacity to think about digitization, but maybe it creates a space for a player who can really understand the needs and offer that services across like spaces. So I think part of the discussion today is also like, how do we create new opportunities to like tap into even the policies to like help with the implementation and maybe offer those services to like ESOs and enterprises as well. Yeah.
So I think from my side, what I would like to add on to that is, and I'm feeling a little bit different. Before we think of creating new policies, what's the state and status of the existing policies? Who are the stronger key players that can bring other key players and stakeholders to at least do, like a review of this is where we are right now. So if you're thinking to add a policy under access to finance, And that's the number one challenge out of the 20 challenges entrepreneurs face in Kenya, let alone East Africa. I think we need to do a review and just look at this is where we are. And we also need to understand that not all ESOs are strong in particular areas. That's why we have guys like ASEC. They are at the forefront to represent other ESOs like SOMO. But now how can we now support ASEC to give them the data and information they need to send back and share? This is where we are in terms of policies affecting entrepreneurship and innovation. We need 1, 2, 3. There have been a lot of talks around having like a framework that can be implemented, like a BDS framework. There have been a lot of talks around that. I'm still waiting to see that framework. And then most people usually ask, now who will be the first one to create that framework? So I think before we think of creating new policies, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying we need to look at what we have and then look at what we need. Yeah.
No, thank you so much for that. I think it's very true. And that is why we need to have round tables. The purpose why it's round is that it's cyclic. We are actually contributing to the same kind of thought process, but also really saying that we're not starting anything new, but we want to make it better. I also have that same philosophy as well. Let's strengthen what is there instead of crafting something really new. So I really want to thank my panelists, actually both presenters and panelists, for really taking time to share their insights and input, and even how you're actually supporting not only the Kenyan innovation ecosystem to thrive, but also powering the manufacturing agenda. You know, because at the end of the day, an economy is as strong as what it produces, not what it consumes, right? So we need to produce more, not only talent that is going out and doing great works on the digital space, but even products and services that can compete globally, you know, and really put our name out there in the global market. So thank you so much. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. Now, as I'd like us to take a quick health break, and also there's some cup of tea. I know we've had very good discussions. So the next challenge is whoever will get 20 contacts in 15 minutes as you're taking your tea. So I'd like to give you 15 minutes for a quick tea break, and then we come right back in. We'll start on time so that we also maximize this wonderful conversation this morning. Thank you so much, and have a, we'll take a photo. Thank you so much. So we can all break for tea. It's at the back. Yes, and as I asked my panelists, let's take a photo right now.
Please don't let me down. So I was asked to come and talk about Vilgro Africa. So Vilgro Africa is the organization that I work at. I'm one of the co-founders and the Chief Innovation Officer at this organization. How many have heard of Vilgro? Just let me see. I usually expect a quarter of the room at the most. Yes, more or less the same. So we operate in the health and life sciences space. My background, I'm a biomedical scientist. So in case you ever wondered why health, that should be a clue. So let me just jump straight into it. Where is that? Is that me? There's a shadow. Oh, okay. So I'll kind of tell you a little bit about us, and then our approach, and then show you the portfolio and a bit of our partners. So very, very, very simple. So we operate as an early stage investor, and hi, nice to see you. We operate as an early stage investor and an impact incubator working in the health and life sciences space. And this is kind of where we are coming from. We started off in Kenya, as you can see, that was 2015. And so far, by the end of last year, we had been able to support roughly about 150 startups across 30 countries in Africa. And not just sub-Saharan Africa, even Egypt are there. We typically provide, we come in normally as a first institutional investor for most startups, doing ticket sizes of anything from $20,000 to 50,000, and then in a few cases we're able to double down to about $100,000. And so over the last 9 years we've been able to deploy about $3 million, and $3 million is specifically now for Kenya, East Africa. And within that, that's where these numbers come in. So we've been able to have a direct leverage in terms of follow-on funding of about $5 million. So if you think about it in terms of leverage, it's an 8x multiplier. For every dollar we put in, we're able to attract $8 into this economy. If I add in the $15 million in new revenues, that gives us roughly about about 40. So it would probably be a total return on investment of 10x for every dollar that we invest in. So what is it that we do, and what do we do well? We operate, as I said, initially as an investor. So the first time a startup is meeting us, we're talking about due diligence, like any other VC would probably be doing due diligence. Our ability to understand the context has been a critical factor to our success, because we only operate in one sector. And so we've been able to have a snowballing of expertise, know-how, and all that really serves us very well. And the same thing happens to the technical assistance. We actually provide a customized support for every startup, simply because I've taught in universities before. And one of the things I came to appreciate is that nobody really learns by being taught in a classroom like this one. What we learn is by doing. And I think incubators, accelerators really need to maximize on the doing part. So ours is basically we are a wraparound of the startup. So if the startup lacks C-level talent, if it's finance, if it's technical, whether it's engineering or scientific, if it's regulatory, whatever it is, you will have a counterpart in our team that will actually work with the startup or for that particular part of the journey. So seed capital I've already talked about. We do occasionally put out thematic calls. I think right now we have one on women, gender lens investment, ecosystem building. We are very much driven by the triple helix approach, understanding how do we leverage academia, private sector, government. So for example, if you have a portfolio company in our startups, a portfolio company in our portfolio, and you are struggling in a specific area, it could be you need to do clinical validation for your product, or it could be you need to do market research. We also are able to give research grants to our public research institutions that allows them to do their work as a consultancy for free to the startup. And so there's also a whole lot of money we've deployed just in terms of research funding. Market intelligence, of course, this is a critical part of what we do, and we actually provide market intelligence to industry as advisory support services. VC investment, beyond what we're doing as Vilgro, we have a Jaza Rift Fund, which is now coming in to do the ticket sizes that we don't go to. In essence, the missing middle. So our challenge in this ecosystem is actually how do you go up to raising a Series A? And that's the missing middle that we're talking about. So Jaza Rift is able to come in and do ticket sizes of between $200K to $2 million. And then lastly, the public sector scaling, where we're driving the Million Lives Collective hub, regional hub, that speaks to public sector scaling. Why? Because in the health sector, government is actually the #1 customer. It's the largest market. You can't ignore it. And we know we have severe challenges in terms of public sector adopting and scaling innovations. So we are now beginning to work with public sector to address that gap, so that our portfolio companies can. I don't know what's happening with this thing. So in a nutshell, I'd say we are really good at what we do, not because I like to brag, but because it's taken many years to build up to that level of expertise. Last year we were awarded a couple of really good awards, one for being the fastest growing healthcare investment firm in Africa, and this is and the second one is that certificate I'm holding, which is the Prix Galien. Prix Galien is, in essence, within the biopharma industry, the equivalent of a Nobel Prize. So this is, the industry sits down and actually gives its awards for the best innovations. And we were able to win the one for best incubator accelerator investor. And that was in New York last year. So our portfolio companies, we work with portfolio companies across anything. So as I said, what we look for is public health impact. Now, how do you get the public health impact? I mean, I really could care less. What we want is direct public health impact for a market-driven mechanism that is for profit, that is scalable. And so if you look at companies like the Pathology Network, what they're doing is an AI platform for pathologists to help them be able to do their work faster, more effective, more efficient. They've reduced the turnaround time from when a biopsy is taken in this country, which used to be about 3 weeks to when you get the results. And that was standard, whether you're at Aga Khan or some of these other, somewhere in Nakuru or Mombasa. The average was 3 weeks to actually get the results from your biopsy. With TPN, we are now at 1 week. In Nairobi, you can actually get it for 2 days turnaround time. So again, process innovation, leveraging AI and all that. Symbona is in Ethiopia. They're doing medical devices using UV lights for treating jaundice and things like that. They also came up with a device for decontaminating rooms during the COVID outbreak, using UV light again. And so we've been able to work with them from ideation of ideas of medical devices to launch them in the market and all that. Wekebere is another medical device that's working on a maternal child health device for fetal heart rate, contractions and all that, and all these other ones. So this one is actually more on, again, maternal child health. We have others that, for example, DawaPay, that is more on supply chain innovations, leisure living, or nutrition. So the gamut is quite big. And we even worked in fintech. So for example, Clinic Pesa in Uganda, that's actually a fintech startup. So in short, that's about us. I always say it takes a village. So we don't do all this work alone. We have an amazing platform, a village of partners, including the Vilgro platform. So Vilgro started off in India in the year 2001. So we're one of the oldest impact incubators globally, before some of these words were being coined, social enterprise and impact investment, together with our sister companies called Intellecap that does Sunculp. So that's kind of where we are coming from, and thank you so much. Happy to take any questions. And finally, good morning. Asanteni sana.
That was very efficient. It's still a good morning. Good morning. Wonderful. So now we want to jump into the discussion bit.
Yeah, so part of the research we did was first looking at the whole innovation ecosystem, which was part one of what I was sharing. And this one was looking exactly within the ESO sort of ecosystem. And so just to give you a bit of data, again, this is high level. I think once the report is out and all that, ASEC will be able to share it out. But just from that, part the research we did, we had about 163 documented ESOs. You can imagine the number, just a few of them today. And then of that, at least for those operating in Kenya, at least 30% of them also operating in other markets, ideally in Nigeria and South Africa and Ghana. So this is important if you're an entrepreneur and also trying to see if you can go into those markets, but also an opportunity to see how we can also build ESOs, like the amazing work Somo is doing in Kenya and also in Tanzania. And then just some data around the ESOs and what they do. So of the ones that we spoke to, which is 163 that we documented, about a big percentage of them are doing innovation hubs, and then quite a small number are like, maybe venture building and all that. So we are seeing also an increasing number of venture builders in the ecosystem. So it's exciting to see how the whole landscape looks like. And then some data on where the focus is. A lot of ESOs are still focusing a lot on technology, on finance, on agnostic. Some of them are working across that. So we have some industries that are a bit low in the numbers, creative and media. Maybe in the next coming years, that might be a big growing space. I think if you all understand, the creative space is really growing, especially with the younger generation and things like that. And I think it's a big market to see how we can be able to tap into that and maybe provide more specific support to those. So yeah, if you're looking to go into that market, just look into the numbers of the population that you have. And then, again, this is within the numbers that they do. From the research we did at that time, we were having at least, they were at least in 43 counties. I know probably they're all in all the 47 counties, but we need more data on that. And at least Nairobi actually has a big number of at least 120 or close to 120. Right, so that means the rest are having like 1 or 2 or 3. So it means there's a lot of opportunities for us to like go into those markets. If they're there, then we have to figure out who are they, how are they operating, how can they leverage already our existing platforms and systems to see if they can scale their work. Probably they're doing it on a small scale level, right? So maybe there could be chances even for us to reach out to them to see how they can already leverage our existing resources. And even for us, we don't have to launch in every specific county. Probably we can also form specific collaboration with those existing local players, right? In that essence, we're thinking about that as well. Yeah, and maybe why we're doing this, the need for collaboration, resource efficiency. For the ESOs in the room and just any other players, how many of us struggle with like how many people we can have on the team and being able to sustain them? Yeah, talent and how many people we can have. So there is a case for resource efficiency, right, in terms of skill sets and all that. Do we all need to have same expertise for all the ESOs, or can we have shared resources across ESOs? Maybe yes, maybe not, I don't know. Funding and access to opportunity. As you know, some of the funding requirements are very strict in terms of how your organization is structured, probably your revenues you're making or the transactions you're doing or the location that you're in. So one of the approaches for leveraging collaboration is trying to see how can collaboration allow us to access funding as a challenge, as a thing, and also for us to be able to potentially scale, right? So we mentioned it's not ideal for us to go into every county as every ESO. There could be elements for us to look at it. And then some of us are doing amazing work, but you'll never be called out anywhere. So probably exploring collaboration can allow you to build your brand and credibility. Being part of ASEC is already a first step of credibility because you're already a member of a recognized thing. So then how can collaboration help build our own brand and credibility in terms of the work we're doing? And then lastly, also trying to think about learning and networking. If there are new areas of work, then that could be it. So again, why we're thinking about collaborating a bit more is because we are looking towards reducing the regulatory burden. So at the moment, if we're able to streamline regulations and processes, then it can ease in how startups build businesses, improve access to resources. So increased collaboration can lead to better connected support. I think that's pretty much clear. And then enhance innovation ecosystem. So a supportive environment fosters a thriving startups and all that. So these are some of the mindset why we want to collaborate as ESOs. And so bringing into the roundtable discussion today. So as you might know, the roundtable brings different players together, from ESOs to key government agencies, to promote collaborative action. So what we want to do is we're able to identify we want to identify key policy areas that need improvement. We don't necessarily want to create new policies, but we want to improve existing ones or refine them. And then we also want to develop some recommendations either for policy changes or like for new initiatives, right? So they can already be working under existing policies, but we're looking at new initiatives on that. And then more importantly, try to see how do we build communication channels for ongoing collaboration. So based on that, during the research, we identified some key areas that are still barriers to growing our innovation ecosystem, right? I don't know if you can relate to this. One was access to finance. So let me know in the room, are we struggling with access to finance, probably as ESOs or as entrepreneurs? Just by that, yeah, it's a big thing. Okay, cool. So within that, you're thinking about even finance to support the entrepreneurs you're working with, right? Not just for your own operation. So that's an area where we think we are looking to understand what are the existing policies in that space, but more importantly, what are the barriers for like accessing finance from an ESO point of view, or even from a key government agency part of it. And then the other area that, again, it's a barrier to like the growth of the innovation ecosystem is to do with ease of operation. Here we're looking at the legal and operating environment, right? As you might see, even if you're an ESO or a startup, you may not necessarily have a different type of treatment in terms of compliance, in terms of taxes, in terms of benefits, as a large enterprise that is expanding into the market, right? So again, for this topic, we're keen to understand how is the ease of operations at the moment, what's working for us, but more importantly, where do we see bottlenecks as, right? So there's some compliance issues that have been raised that make it harder for us to operate our work as ESOs, so we're keen to see that. And then the next one speaks to around support systems. So here we're thinking about talent, access to human resources, skill sets. There's some, you want to take a new project, you don't have internal capacity to it. The cost of probably hiring is still too high. How are we navigating that? What policies or even initiatives can we think on that? You're thinking about also infrastructure. This could be like access to internet, access to office space and things like that. And then you're also thinking about leveraging technology as well. And then the other thing you're thinking about, and when you're thinking through this point, you're thinking from also the touch point of supporting entrepreneurs or the people you're working with. And then access to markets and changing consumer trends. We're trying to understand what existing policies do we have in relation to access to markets and things like that. Are they working well? Could there be a chance for us to think about new ideas? And then lastly, ease of collaboration. So could there be something we can do around easing the way we collaborate with each other and things like that, either as ESOs or between key government agencies and also ESOs as well? So we have those as first the discussion point. So what we'll do is we'll have 40 minutes for this. We'll have 20 minutes for this first key topic area, which just explores what are some of the what's the current situation, what do we know about the space between each of the topic. And then the last question we spoke about how then do we make this better? So how do we create an enabling environment for the growth and development of ESOs and that, again, across that topic. So because there are quite a number of us, we'll share this again. We'll have 2 tables tackling one topic each, right? So we'll have probably the first 2 tables tackling access to finance, the next 2 tables tackling support systems, ease of operations, the third 2 tables will tackle access to support systems, the fourth will tackle access to markets, and the fifth ease of collaboration. Yeah, can you move around? Okay, cool. So what we'll have is, we'd want for you guys to move around a bit. So ideally, you've been sitting to the person next to you since morning. We'd love for you to explore a new table. Go sit there. And then for the first 20 minutes as a group, explore that topic that we're going to give. So as I mentioned, we'll have that first 2 tables on access to finance. So if you are really keen to give suggestions and thoughts on that, you can definitely join that table. And then you're going to have this table here that's going to talk about ease of operations. And then the next table will be on support systems. Then the next one will be on access to markets. And then the last 2 tables will tackle ease of collaboration. So are we ready to go? No, yes? So we would like for you to move around, yeah? We'd like for you to move around. So find...
An easy way to do it, as our economist would say, is to just count. So that it's unbiased, we remove bias, right? Yeah, we don't go where there might be, it's closer to the lunch area. So let's start from here. We'll do 1 to 5, okay? So let's start here with the lady in blue. You're 1. No, 5. You're 5, yes. 1. Two. 5. 4. 5. Anyone doesn't have a number? So where are the number ones going? So number ones, where are you? The leaders, yay! You coming here. Yes, let's thank our wonderful team leaders. So we'll just randomly place you. You go to the farthest one. Group 5. Yes. You can come here. Mary, take you there. Akona per diem. Mwambia per diem. Then he can go. And then Morgan, you can come here. Yeah. Over here. Yeah. Yes, clap for your team leader as they bon voyage into new territories. Wonderful. Ah. So which group doesn't have someone? So here we have someone. Yeah, you can come to this group. Come to this group. And then Morgan, come there. Yeah, and watch out for this group. They have ideas and create. So bring them earlier. Let them share earlier. Yes? Do you have a team leader? Yeah? Another paper? Yes, yes. So now, are the team leaders settled? So now that the team leaders are settled, team leaders, where are you? You're in a new territory. So you have to make sure that they like you. There's one of the tips from networking in the morning was just smile. Just smile. Let's smile. Team leaders, smile. And then I'll give you 1 minute. So I won't start the clock. I'll give you 1 minute. Or we can give you. So this is yours. Yeah, but that's your topic. Or she'll give you paper. So Edith is distributing more papers for you to document additional points. So team leader, I'm giving you 1 minute. Kindly debrief with the team that you have on your topic and what are some of the emerging insights coming up. You have 1 minute. My timekeeper, we have 1 minute to go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you so much. Wow. Thank you. Eh, there's another one that has just flown in. Okay. Okay, let me do a pulse check. How many are done? Ah, great. You're done. 2. The last group with Charles. How are we doing? You're done? Almost. How long? Okay, 1 minute and 30 seconds. So if we can, we make it short and sweet. Let them come on stage. They'll have 5 minutes. And then we'll time. We'll timer. We'll give them 5 minutes. Okay, then now we get. We do if we do per pillar, what do you think? Let's do so. Everyone presents. Wonderful.
Then once we're done with that, then we can get the questions as they sit on the stage. And then, yeah, that's
Sawa. Brian, sipeni vocha kama hujajaza events. Savi.
right at the end of the day. But we're good to start. Yeah.
Wonderful. I think, yeah. So now how we're going to do it, I'd like to ask our wonderful team leaders. Mary, everywhere you go, you have such a rich group, eh? Such good ideas. Or you're doing the closing remarks. And cut the cake. Aya, sawa. All right, so for the ones who are ready, you can come on stage, our wonderful servants. Great team leaders. You know, leadership is servanthood, right? All right, let's welcome our leaders. Wonderful. The first is the last. I like that. So we have Charles. Where's Morgan? Kevin. We have Mary. And the other gentleman. Yeah. Oh, do we bring the... So we can move that one there? We can bring there, yeah. Wonderful. We're missing Mary. So let me check. Do we have youth? Youth, do we have? Yes. Do we have women? We have women, yes? Yes. So we're doing well. Women and youth. Right. By the way, it is good when men champion for gender equality, right? So thank you. Thank you for that. So we're waiting for Mary, and then how we shall do it, it's okay. Yeah. So how we shall do it, would you like to hang it up or? Okay. So can we? So So Prudence, you can help? Yeah. Wonderful. So Prudence will support in that one. Is a sit there. And then virtually online. Have also watu wa mashinani. Yes. So we have ticked 3 boxes today. Women, youth, and mashinani. That's great. And as we're doing that, I want to just give a recognition. We have a representative from the Nairobi County. Elizabeth Ndungu is here. Yes, karibu sana. We also have someone from, I don't know if they have left, from the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. Is he still there or he's left? Okay. And then also we have Savio Wambugu, who's the chairperson of Countrywide Innovation Hubs. Karibu sana. Glad to have you here. Okay. And online we have Team Mururi, right? Yes. Wonderful. So we'll start with the physical attendees here, then we go online. So I'll give you the microphone. You only have 5 minutes. Right.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Morgan Gikonyo, representing Group 1. And just in case, I am from an ESO called Hill Innovation Hub that supports justice startups or startups solving justice problems in East Africa. So Group 1, we're handling a very interesting topic, that's money matters, access to finance. So I will start by highlighting some of the barriers we noted with my very great team over there that actually hinder access to finance for ESOs. So I'm sure probably the writing may not be very legible for you, but I can read through. So first and foremost, what we recognize as a major hindrance to access to finance is lack of a clear collaboration framework between government and private sector to source for funding. So the reality here is, well, some of us thought that government sometimes get into competition with private sector ESOs when it comes to sourcing funding. And government has easy access to government or DFI donors who approach government to run these projects. So we are championing, at least we noticed that gap of no clear collaboration to allow for the two to merge and actually source for funding together. Secondly, one major issue that came along was also to deal with limited access or limited local and FDI incentives to pull investments for this particular innovation sector. So we don't have a big, or there is a limited pool that constitutes of local investments and, or rather local funders, as well as certain private sector, let me say, FDIs that could participate in supporting some of the work that ESOs do. So that's also another major barrier we established. Then we also noticed there's a issue we have, which is around the reallocation of funds from the innovation funds that are run by the government. So whether you talk about your youth development fund, all these stories we've had over the years, what we noticed is the funds are there, but they tend to be reallocated and not used for the purpose that is allocated to them. And then I'll highlight one other one, which is a mismatch between the compliance requirements as well as funding priorities from especially money that is coming from DFIs and the actual local context priorities. And case in example here is the push that we've seen in recent years around climate and maybe some of the gender push towards a green related problem or around innovation. So what we notice here is if the current priorities are not matched with the funder priorities, we're having a push and pull where ESO missions are having to change to just suit where the money is coming from. So hopefully you can agree with us that that's what we saw. I can go and now highlight some of the keywords or remedies we are recommending for these problems. So first and foremost, on the issue that deals with the government and ESOs, we are recommending a policy framework that facilitates collaboration and also strengthens this engagement between government and private sector ESO, more specifically in sourcing and allocation of finances that are coming from either DFIs or other FDIs, so that ESOs and government can work together rather than be in competition when it comes to supporting our startups here locally. Secondly, we did issue around limited local and, let's say, private sector investments. So we propose a policy that has incentives to encourage local investors as well as foreign direct investments from private sector. And this would be able to increase the pool that support ESOs and even access to capital for the beneficiary entrepreneurs. So some of these incentives include investor protection around getting people who are able to, who misappropriate such funds, exemption of some, or rather tax exemptions where possible, and even EPZ or special economic zones that are either financial and non-financial, including land, that will support that part. Then to deal with reallocation of government funds, we are proposing stringent policies that protect and prevent reallocation of government funds, specifically that innovation funds. So if it's your youth fund or any other related innovation fund, that like the ones in the startup bill, that they are not reallocated by the department in charge of it. And to go hand in hand with that, we propose an independent body that actually enforces and has oversight over this allocation of funds. And for us, we believe ASEC is a good example that we have stake in and we can be able to oversee, because at the end of the day, we are the beneficiaries and we are the ones who have the most to lose if that those funds are misappropriated or reallocated. Fourthly, the policies around, so with the mismatch between funding priorities and the local context, as in the case example I've given with the emphasis on greening and energy right now, we propose a policy that allows flexibility in fund allocation, specifically to allow priorities that ESOs have picked as their mission to be able to cater to the local context, so that if climate is not a major priority for us, or at least a majority of ESOs, we can have a discussion and say, maybe it's job creation at this point, maybe it's manufacturing or certain access to goods, that we can have that conversation, but also policies that do not give funders the absolute power to push that agenda. Then finally, we're also looking to solve the issue of affordable financing, which I highlighted as part of the issue we have in the flexibility. And here we are pushing to have policies that provide affordable financing. And here we mean these are actual fund pools that do not have stringent or exploitative kind of terms to them, so that we're able to afford interest rates and also take into account the different shifts that happen, such as the COVID and other related high interests, so that we are able to sustain the kind of financing that we also take out in debt, specifically in this case. So thank you very much. I hope that covers access to finance and we can unlock that.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to the online team. So ours was tackling on ease of operations. Okay. All right. I don't know if everyone is seeing, but it's okay. It's okay. All right. So we identified, first of all, we identified 5 barriers. Number 1 being, for ease of operations, you're looking in terms of regulation and also operations. So number 1, what we looked into is intellectual property. There's an issue of intellectual property in regards to the knowledge, like what is a copyright, what is a patent. If I have a carving, or probably if I have a painting, do I consider it as a copyright? Do I consider it as a patent? That kind of education is lacking, and somehow entrepreneurs find it hard to secure their IP. By IP I mean intellectual property, because that's still value, that's an asset. The solution that you proposed was there needs to be increased education from both the agencies that do the registration and also the ESOs, because the ESOs can also act as agencies that offer that kind of education, including ASEC, because the entrepreneurs are everywhere. They're not just in Nairobi, but also there's someone who is in the grassroots. Someone has a very good invention, but they don't know what to consider it as. They don't know if it's a patent or a copyright. So that kind of education is really important because it increases awareness. And even we had argued on the fact that, you know, even when you register your company or business at BRS, you don't get any information regarding what to do with a copyright or a trademark. Their business ends at the registration desk. Once you've registered your company or business, that's it. It's up to you. The next barrier was on taxation. This was very heavy. It took a lot of time. Part of the reason for this one was, number one, there is random taxation, very ad hoc. It could be political, it could be out of pressure, we don't know. But at times you find certain taxes that have just come out of nowhere. At times people go to court. You know, you're in a country where people love going to court. So you don't know whether to pay the tax, wait for the court ruling, or continue paying the tax. It becomes a bit confusing, and that kind of knowledge is not there. Recently we also saw the rollout of Teams. They tried pushing for the e-Teams, you know, the electronic tax invoicing. But the problem was the uptake was really low. I guess they say it's something to do with 30% compared to the potential taxpayers that they would have registered. So for that, we are suggesting there needs to be, number one, you need to find ways of reducing the tax burden. Because if you are very observant, for those who deal with micro SMEs, there's an apathy towards till numbers, and there's a reason for that. There's been increased taxation on M-Pesa transactions. And for most of the mamambogas, or the people even who are selling mahindi choma or mutura, nowadays, yesterday they told you lipa kwa till number, but today they're telling you send money. Because it's increasing a cost, it's affecting their margins because of those taxations. Because imagine, you're in an environment whereby you're paying tax on airtime, you're paying tax on internet, those are your inputs for your business. You end up still paying more taxes on your transacting. So in a way, it also affects your cost of doing business. So we lobby that, you know, we need to reduce the tax burden. Number two, tax education. It needs to be simplified. Nowadays, we have Gen Z who are doing business. Gen Z are not used to reading 40-page books. They can't read those acts and all that. But there needs to be a way in which you can simplify. Either do animations, you can do infographics. Infographics are very easy to explain. Something that's easily understandable even to the Gen Z for the future taxpayers. Number three is in terms of demographics and positioning. There's a big complaint in regards to county government. Whenever you're doing trade, you know trade is inter-county. If you are buying your maize from Kitale and probably moving it to Nairobi, the amount of cess that you're paying from each county is very high. By the time your goods reach Nairobi, you don't even know what price you're going to price your goods at, because the amount of taxes that you've paid are too much, aside from KRA. Our suggestion is there needs to be a standardized way of, you know, doing those kind of levies at county level. It doesn't have to be that exorbitant to the business person. The fourth one is political influence. This one is very heavy because of vested interests. It depends with the government of the day. Political influence mostly affects, I would say probably if there's a law that has come up, the enforcement. Number one is enforcement. Number two is in terms of execution. There's a reason why you're finding most businesses do not want to formalize. There's a big reason. Number one being taxation, because they believe, you know, once I put everything on paper, KRA is on my neck. There's that fear. The second fear is government knows what I'm doing. So I'd rather lay low, do my biashara, put my money in the mattress. But now what you're lobbying for is we need, I don't know how to put it, but we need more of less political influence. Because at times we're in an environment where government is also competing with the private sector, mostly when it comes to access to credit. So we need to find a way in which probably we lobby for politicians not to be in business. They need to be in the business of, you know, safeguarding the law, whereas us in private sector work towards creating employment, which I know is a far-fetched idea. The next one is branding costs. For branding costs, also this one touches on the licensing. There are multiple licenses and there are multiple institutions that you're dealing with. You know, by the time you're going to community to do your registration, then come back to Upper Hill to find out which permit you need to pay. Then you're sent back to Huduma Center, who sends you back to community because the person who is serving there is not there. So in terms of, there needs to be that kind of harmonization. Our solution is we are requesting for harmonization. If there's a permit that, you know, caters for everything. I know Nairobi County was trying that, I don't know if it's still on, but it has to be across all the counties. Like once I've paid for my permit, it covers for the music copyright, it covers for the health insurance, it covers for the health certificate, it covers even for my branding and signage. I don't need to keep, bribing kanjos because I have my permit, but I don't have a signage permit. So I have to keep bribing, which increases the cost of business and which becomes too cumbersome. And then if we move on to the next one, Prudence, kindly. For the ESOs, because we noticed it touches on both on government and ESOs. So for the ESOs, still on the part of copyright, we were suggesting ESOs can act as a go-between between the government and also its agencies as well as its entrepreneur members. Government may not be in a position to go to every county and talk about copyrights, intellectual properties, but I believe ESOs have an access to government. Government can train the ESOs, who in turn train the entrepreneurs on their rights when it comes to IP. The second one, which was touching on tax education, is still the same. ESOs should become an enabler, a knowledge sharing enabler for the entrepreneurs. Because you're dealing with entrepreneurs who come from very different backgrounds, geographical backgrounds. Some of them have no idea on what is required when it comes to compliance. If there's a simplified way in which I hear now e-citizen could be translated to Sheng, I don't know how true that is, but it's a good move. Because, at times the technical jargon can turn people off and it creates a sense of ignorance. So if there's a way in which the ESOs can work together with government, because ESOs have a more wider reach because they are spread out geographically. So that kind of partnership needs to come out strongly. And then the other one that we are suggesting is the compliance procedures. What do I need to be compliant? Keep it simple. As I mentioned, either do it via video, short form content, things that can be shared on TikTok. We have a group that is heavy on TikTok. By the time you're telling them to go to the government registrar, do the public printer, they don't have that time. Because those are bulky documents, but they need a simplified way of understanding what do I need to do to be compliant. Then certification standards as well. And these certification standards you are speaking in regards to the ESOs. Because right now ESOs are not, I don't think they're standardized, I don't think they're regularized. So I can wake up today and also say that I'll open an incubation hub, but I don't know what standards are required to register that incubation hub. Perhaps I want to register it in a different county. But all I need to do is maybe come up with a fancy name, look for a free open space and say this is a co-working space, but I don't know which standards I'm following. You see, like the hotels usually have standards when it comes to 5-star, 3-star and all that. There needs to be a level of standardization and also regulation in terms of what's required. What check boxes do I require to tick off? Then also having a unified license that also can be in partnership with the ESOs. Probably, through discussion and through training, entrepreneurs can approach the ESOs to guide them on licensing. Because I believe ESOs have they have the lawyers, they have the professionals, and they have the trainers. Yes, and that's it. Thank you very much, Prudence. Thank you very much, Group 2, for praying for me. Asante kwa maombi.
So what are some of the current barriers and key policy bottlenecks hindering the growth and effectiveness of CSOs? We were tackling support systems, that's talent, skills, infrastructure, and technology. My name is Mary Mbogwa. I run an ESO, Vivify Incubation International. Well, so some of the barriers within the support systems include cost of doing business. That is when you're talking about space, when you're talking about employees. So these are some of the barriers that actually affect the effectiveness of ESOs. Then there's also, when you even have these people, even whether they're employees or virtual assistants or even full-time employees or consultants, do you have the skills to manage these relationships
with these employees, whether they're outsourced employees. These are some of the barriers that actually are serious bottlenecks. Then we have, when it comes to technology, we have very unstable digital connectivity, especially of late. So then it becomes very difficult for you to be able to do your work if you're doing a proposal, if you're providing training online. So it really hinders your growth or even your delivery as an ESO. Then we also have infrastructure costs of training spaces. When you talk about training spaces within the hotels or within any place, you find that these are very high costs that actually now makes it very difficult for you to be able to provide proper training or even effective training where everybody is present and comfortable, whether it's a ESO or the participants in the event that they have to pay for it. The other area was to have a pool of consultants. Sorry, what that was? The other barrier between academic institutions. No, that one let me explain to that. So between academic and industry, academic institutions like incubators located within the academia world, whether it's universities or colleges, and the ESO and the outside world, the ESOs. So you find that there's a disconnect between what is happening within the internal incubator in the university or in the academic institution and what is happening at the outside, at the external institution. So there is that disconnect. That is one of the barriers, so that when the entrepreneurs are already leaving the academic institution, by the time they get out to the external world, to the ESOs, now you find there's already a disconnect because there's a big gap between the two. The other one was accessibility to the support systems, e.g. lack of awareness. There are areas like Kildi. Most of us maybe may support entrepreneurs like Kildi. Most of us may know about County Government Digital Center. Others may know about many other institutions. But this information, and there's not enough access. This information is not really accessible. There's not enough information on how to be able to, how these support systems work. You don't know where you're supposed, where exactly you're supposed to lead somebody to. Insufficient skills to manage relationships of mutual outsourced employees. That one I had talked about. Lack of shared resources. This is in the event that most of the ESOs are sector agnostic. We can say a large percentage of them are sector agnostic. So now when you get entrepreneurs who are in different areas, climate, blue economy, we're talking about circular economy, manufacturing, you know, or even agribusiness. Now you realize that as an ESO you're not able to have all these skills within yourself. So now this lack of shared resources or a pool where you can be able to access some of these resources is lacking, and that is now some of the bottlenecks that hinders effectiveness of these ESOs. Yes. So some of the support systems, some of how we can co-create, get some effective solutions is data sharing. There's a lot of data. There's enough data. There's a lot of research. But where is it? Where do we get it? How are we able to harmonize this data in one collective area or one particular field, website or source that we're able to collect this data and use it for ourselves? So we need to have white papers or share this data, harmonize it, you know, for everyone to be able to access it and use it. The other area is collaboration between internal and external incubators. Alignment of projects, innovation, alignment, and then we should also have alignment of projects, innovation to build and to to build these projects. The other point we agreed on was building partnerships to reduce costs. We realized that when you are working on your own, it becomes very difficult, especially when you're going now to look for training spaces, when you're going to look for consultants and provide all these skills. But when you build partnerships, say for example, the ESO and county governments, then you're able to reduce some of these costs, and you're able to get a large pool of resources from either the county governments or the other partners working within the county governments. For example, like now Somo was telling us, they already have a partnership with Mombasa County and another county. So that means they are able to use spaces within the Mombasa County government, for their projects, and that reduces their costs. The other issue is attitude and mind shift of academic institutions to adopt ideas for local problems. We realize that we have so many ideas, but some of them are really not they are way beyond us. So now we need that attitude and mindset shift. The other issue in regards to resources, especially for consultants, and when you're talking about training, is resource mapping. I think it's important that we map all the resources that we have within the ecosystem. For example, the consultants who can be able to do our spaces and all. This resource mapping will be very important even before we get to collaboration. And I think that is everything that we had discussed. Thank you very much.
The hospital comes to you, your home or office via WhatsApp. I'm here under Anza Village, which is also a member of ASEC. So let's delve into it. So you'll find most of the challenges that affect markets. So we looked in two fronts: the macro market, that means within the country, and the micro market within the country, and macro market out of the country. Because as ESOs, you always want your community to venture out of the borders to access a wider market. So we will be, and what I've noted is most challenges that have been already highlighted by my colleagues here also affects markets that we want to serve or we serve, and also the consumers, who is the ultimate beneficiaries of our product or services. So one is lack of information, awareness, especially on policies that touches on the regional framework. So you'll find most ESOs that want to go cross-border, getting this information becomes a challenge, and hence impacting the community they serve in ensuring that they deliver the mandate they want. Another aspect that's coming up, which is of late has become rampant, is credible regulators. So let me refer to that, credibility in regulators' information being given out, where the gatekeepers who are supposed to ensure that product or services churned or passed through their gates are trusted by the community or the people they serve, those products end up having not meeting the set standards. One of the issues that was just raised by a member was the current fertilizer fiasco. Everybody knows if you pass through National Cereals and Produce Board, your product should meet a specific standard. Now, farmers trust that if I put my product out has a stamp of NCBA, National Cereals and Produce Board, they will not question. But if it ends up having kwa Kiswahili wanasema dosari, it end up affecting the credibility of regulatory bodies that we have in the country. Another thing that also raised up, which was important, was the language that is used, especially in policies and standards. There's a lot of jargon that provides an hindrance to SEOs or the community they serve to understand, especially issues to do with intellectual property and copyright. You require an IP lawyer to be able to make the information so palatable to your language. And one of the most expensive professionals to hand under your belt is an IP lawyer. And all of you guys will agree with me. If there is a way those IP lawyers who understand that framework can be brought to forums like this one, that they can be able to disseminate that information to a language that's so easy for us to disseminate to our community, will be a bigger solution. Another aspect that has been brought up, which is also a barrier, is most ESOs are operating in silos. So you will find I'm in the health tech space under Anza Village. Anza Village has community also in the health tech. We'll collaborate within the framework of Anza. But if there's another ESO that also has health tech, let's say in Uganda, or has a health tech that has gone to Uganda, and we want to go to Uganda, for instance, as clinic, what happens is that because of that silo mentality, getting that information becomes a challenge. So that silo operational framework is now proving to be a barrier to access markets within and without the borders of the country. Ease of doing business has also been cited as a challenge. How easy is it for you to register your business, let's say, in Kenya compared to Rwanda, for instance? If you look at reports that have been released on ease of doing business index in the world, where does Kenya rank? And where do our neighborhood countries, for instance, Rwanda rank? And what are they doing different that makes it easier for you to go, let's say, and register? If you go to Rwanda now, Kigali, there's a one building which houses all government institutions. You just move from one door to door, getting all your paperwork. In Kenya, as my colleague has highlighted here, you will move from GPO to Upper Hill, from Upper Hill to whatever. By the time you are done, 5 years are over, and the market has shifted from the product you wanted to deliver to it. So that's also a clear thing. Quality of product or services that are being churned out of the ESOs and the community also is a matter. So if you are producing earthworms, for instance, for people in agriculture, and those earthworms are supposed to provide nutrition for, let's say, chicken or pigs, for instance, the quality of the product that you produce determined whether your product will be accepted or get an easy footing in the market that you want to enter into. Remember, there are 10 points. I'm just pushing faster than I can conclude. Another factor that is also critical is socioeconomic trend changes, and this is a factor that we are live with. Kenya Association of Manufacturers released a survey, I think last week, if I'm not wrong, that had been conducted touching on the forecast of CEOs in the manufacturing landscape. One of the pertinent issues that came across of all the parameters that were being interviewed on were three. Number one, they gave a gloomy outlook of Q2, Q3, 2024. Why? Because of policies in the taxation framework that is not stable. Tomorrow you're waking up, this has been brought forward, and thus the taxation framework has an impact in the disposable income of the ultimate beneficiary of the subject. Now, if the disposable income shrinks, it means purchasing ability also diminishes, hence affecting ability of you accessing new markets. Volatility in the exchange rates has an effect on how you access your raw materials. From that survey, 56% of the CEOs that were surveyed procure their raw materials within and without the borders. 18% procure their raw materials only within the borders in Kenya. Now, for those who are procuring without the borders, the exchange rate has a big impact. And one thing they highlighted, one of the headache their CFOs have is planning for raw material. You're planning at the exchange rate of 134 today. At the day of purchase, the exchange rate is 164. And then your board asks you, you had not thought about that. A big challenge. The last, which is also a factor that affects every SME and even startups environment, is competition from global players. And this was brought in very clearly. I produce, for instance, toothpicks made out of bamboo from Homa Bay. My operating cost from CAPEX and OPEX shoots to around 70%. So hence I need to put my margin. So I'll sell my bamboo produced toothpick at 10 bob. Somebody X will import the same quality from China and sell at 5 bob. And because the government says let the market find its stability, so all of us are competing on the supermarket shelf. Who will have the right of client? Remember, their pocket is also diminishing, hence affecting ability for me to be able to access the same market. We are competing with the global players. So policies are important to safeguard the local players, but also in the essence, when policies are being to safeguard, not to cut off the international players who are coming to market, the cost of doing business and cost of operations need to also be addressed so that I can favorably compete with my global player. Now, to the solutions, which is critical. So solutions, we try to summarize the solutions so that, because we are here to provide, everybody knows the challenges, but now we are here to frame and support policy formulation, especially to provide a solution where the shoe pinches most. Capacity building among ESOs. This is one of the capacity building. The frequency and pace at which we can be able to do capacity building should increase so that ESOs can come up to par. I'll pick an example. Kenya Healthcare Federation, an umbrella body that normally has private healthcare facilities, have a way that they have curated all these, and the umbrella body is so strong and present in most government faces that touching on healthcare. Now, we are privileged to have MITI here. If you look at that, we have MITI here. Now, the more as ESOs we're on the face of MITI, the more they will call us to those rooms when they are thinking of changing a policy. You'll agree with me. Hence, we can be able, so the more our capacity is built, the more we provide value in those tables when we are called. So it's a challenge to us ESOs and as umbrella body, let's say ASEC, how do we ensure that every time there is a thinking of a policy shift, or there is a shoe that's pinching among the member community, that particular issue can be brought forth to the realization of the regulating body or the policy holder so that it can be adjusted effectively and in timely so that we can be able to reap the benefit of capacity building. Review of the current taxation policy. This has been highlighted and this only takes effect. We'll pick an example. Early this month, I'll pick an example of Kampala, where I've been for quite some time. There was a policy shift in taxation among the business community. What happens? The business community closed their doors for like 3 weeks until the head of state called them for a meeting. It means they talked to the concerned bodies could not listen to them. But by virtue of them being under umbrella, they were able to be given an opportunity. Last, which is, as the bell goes, catalog of a database for ESOs for specific roles and vibrant market research. If we want to get data for a particular industry among the ESOs, do we have? If we can be able to curate a database that can be defined and can be trusted, we will be able to enjoy policy change, and as ESOs and community that we serve, they'll be able to enjoy the benefit of umbrella body. Thank you very much.
Let's give him a round of applause as he sits. Was that bell for lunch? Good afternoon. In the interest of time, and now that the bell has officially rung, and my learned friends have said everything, I'll only read. Bwana asifiwe. Group 5. Topic 1, we are dealing with the barriers to collaborations. So as I said, I'll only read, Sindio? Yes. So one of the barriers, we have 2 major barriers, and I will read them very fast. So number 1 was lack of financial resources as a barrier to collaborations. So when funders come like this, then we are found. Number 2, legal frameworks. Legal frameworks as a barrier. Either we know them or we don't know them. So we don't know where to collaborate and with who to collaborate. Number 3, knowledge sharing. As my colleagues have said, in yetu na in yangu, so you want to compete alone and you go as a silo. Number 4, political goodwill missing, so we can't collaborate. Or even cultural differences. You come from Western, you go to Northeastern, cultures don't permit either sitting in a different position or talking to a different popularity. So as a barrier and bottlenecks. The next one was operating in silos. Next is natural calamities as they're happening now. Actually, it was said something to do with God, but we chose natural calamities because others are not from God. And then another bottleneck and a barrier is priority setting misplaced. So you find your budgeting doesn't capture everything you need for collaborations. We also have technological changes. We are talking about Gen Zs and e-citizen going into sharing and all those things, right? We have Kenya being the highest ranked in what? In mobile penetration. But we still come to technological what? Challenges. So who is saying the truth here? Policy mainstreaming. Do we have the policies? If yes, do we apply them? If yes, how are we mainstreaming the different stakeholders into our programs? Another bottleneck, taxation going up on a daily basis. Infrastructural development. According to the data we saw, most of the collaboration entities are in Nairobi at 120, right? It's because of infrastructural development. Next barrier or bottleneck, lack of inclusivity. The next one is marketing and visibility of the ESOs and the collaborating agencies. Finally, on sheet 1, access to finances, e.g. the capital ventures or government loans and grants. The second, I wish I could read it upside down. Thank you. It was becoming a barrier. The next one is corruption. Yes? Either utoe ama usitoe ama utangoja, si ndio? 5 years. Na ni signature tu moja tu ya kalamu ya black. And then bulk of documentation needed for something very small to be done. You have to go round and round and round. It's a barrier and a bottleneck. Slow service delivery and turnaround time. Bureaucracy in governments. Utachoka na uache. Alafu nasema, why should I be legalized? Twende TikTok, si ndio? Nepotism, where your last name defines you, to have it or not. Competing interests of investments or investors or the alternatives that we have. As we said, the toothpicks will not go further. Mismatch in the products that you're producing in the market. We need it, but for how long will you have it? Somebody says, umeleta ndio, but next week will you be there? Organizational internal conflicts. By the time you finish with your CEOs and the wrangles of the boardroom, the next ESOs is moved on. So by the time you're catching up, it's a barrier and a bottleneck. Political regime change. We had the Big Four, then we had the plan, now we had better, and we are moving. And then we have the dictates of the funder. This is our money and we want you to do it this way. It hinders our collaborations. A barrier and a bottleneck. Limited regional presence. If we are all in the same region and we want to do something in a different region, it's a barrier and a bottleneck. Let's spread wide. Lack of standardization and best practices. You have done it well, you don't want to share. You'll be taken by your competitor who is your fellow ESO. Barrier. The next one is leadership and governance structure. We only know 2 people in organization, the chairman and who? And the CFO. The rest, they work from home. Yes. Oh, they don't, no, they work from home. Yeah. Lack of interest or minimal interest in that field becomes a barrier. And then lack of certification, right? You want to do something with somebody, but when you look at their papers, they don't meet the criteria. So it becomes a barrier and a hindrance. Now, the solutions, we did, how many pages were they? 7? We'll read only one, in the interest of time. Or even half, we'll do half. Yeah, we'll do half a page. The solutions. Solution number 1, forming consortiums, right, that work together, that pulls money in one direction. For example, there's one entity called Catalyst 2030 under the UN umbrella. They fund consortiums, right? So if we can do that, EOC yetu, imeenda wapi? Yeah, when you have bulk of documentations, it becomes a barrier. When you're looking for your documents, ilikuwa tu hapa. So solution number 2, knowledge sharing. So ASEC call us over and over again. Next time, is it Positive Circles? You call us for another one. Yes, and then Kenya Healthcare Federation, where we serve with him. By the way, let me brag kidogo. I was the chair of the Human Resource Committee at Kenya Healthcare Federation, and also the vice chair of the ICT committee where he is, and the chair of the informatics at KEF. We share, yeah. I don't wear them actually. Somebody carries them. Behind every successful man is one person who is a wife, not a man. Okay, financing and facilitating capacity buildings like this one is a solution, right? So if you're not financed, you can't be capacity built. Okay, number 4, government support and political goodwill has to be there. So operate with your county governments. Don't ignore them. Operate with your county commissioner. That person is so powerful to give you access to keys in that county, and don't ignore them, right? Support from established ESOs. Don't fear coming to ESAC to ask, how did you do it? Just come, right? Work with business cards. Zitengeze for today only, right? Then tomorrow, say, I forgot them at home. I said I'm not going to branding and capacity building is the last. Branding and visibility. So let's brand ourselves, and may God bless you as we go for lunch.
So let's also listen from the online group. If you have any questions, please document them somewhere. We may not be able to capture them here, but there is a form that we're going to give you and you can capture them. Are we ready? We can move this one.
All right. Can I go?
Yes, you can. And you can also turn on your video if you...
Unfortunately, I won't be able to. Hello, everyone. My name is Tim Daguri. I'm representing the online group, or the Mashinani group. I'd have loved to join you today, but unfortunately, because of the rains and the floodings, I wasn't able to. So I'll go as fast as possible, noting that this is just before lunchtime. So I think a lot has already been said, but maybe just touching on the current barriers and key policy bottlenecks. So there's a bunch of things we discussed. One, collaboration between ESOs and government is cumbersome. We acknowledge that it does exist, but however, it's cumbersome. Secondly, we also spoke to government interference in the activities of ESOs. This is through arbitrary regulatory enforcement. A lot of examples have been given by those who spoke before me. Then 3 was lengthy and cumbersome registration processes for ESOs, including excessive documentation requirements and administrative procedures. And when I say ESOs, I mean also, I'm speaking also to their communities. 4, which I found quite interesting, lack of clarity and consistency in regulatory requirements governing ESOs registration operations and compliance, specifically tax. And there's an interesting example here with classification. You know, the legal structure of ESOs at point of setup. Is it a non-profit? Is it a CBO? Is it a PLC? Is it a C Corp? Then that affects requirements. You know, being asked for a CR12 when an ESO is an NGO or a CBO. So that's a document they don't have. Interestingly, the speaker from SOMO spoke to, I think, receiving funding from the foundation side, you know, and knowing what are some of these structures that ESOs can take advantage of. 5, limited legal recognition and status for certain types of ESOs. Going back to that issue of classification, there's some ESOs that are CBOs or other informal groups. Then that means that they are unable to they are unable to access funding or resources because of that. Should we be pushing to move them to the more quote-unquote formal structures, or should we embrace those structures? Because especially at the grassroots level, it could be the best or most viable way of reaching the entrepreneurs they are serving. Then 6, lack of sustainable funding models and revenue generating opportunities for ESOs. How do we get paid? Yeah. Then going to how we might create a more enabling environment. These are the solutions for growth and development of ESOs and their communities. Balance between competition, which we acknowledged in our conversation that can be both good and bad, and collaboration, then developing common frameworks and standards. An interesting example given by one of us in the Mashinani group was, you know, how do we develop the type C port for ESOs? Yeah, using that analogy. Then 3, being able to develop clear and comprehensive guidelines on legal and policy frameworks, even developing specialized legal frameworks. Yeah, I think we shouldn't shy away from that, especially where we are looking to engage policymakers, and this is on the executive side and the legislative side. Then there's strengthening dialogue and collaboration between ESOs and government agencies. Yeah, this is to ensure meaningful participation and engagement in policy development, implementation, and monitoring processes. So right from the jump. And we said 5, join, participate in, and strengthen bodies like ASEC. I personally actually feel that this collaboration and engagement between ESOs and government agencies really should be driven by an umbrella body like ASEC. Yeah. Ways of engaging government through ASEC, like what we have today, having some of the players in the room. I remember we once had a ecosystem tour of Konza City, or even just appreciating like what Kirdi is doing. Yeah, I think yes, I'll keep it short and sweet. Asante. That's it. From Mashinani Group.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, team. And yeah, we also empathize with you. We also have loved ones who are stuck in those national disasters, but let's keep the spirit up. But thank you so much for those wonderful contributions. I'd like now just to, does anyone have any burning question or a reaction? None so far, right? Wonderful. Because time has been spent, I want to just do 3 things. One is that we have taken all these recommendations. Remember, like I mentioned to you, that we have started the journey. We're not starting, we're continuing the journey, right? So we've been able to come up with a draft collaboration framework, which perhaps will just give you a quick snapshot. But before I do, I really want to invite Madam Cecilia Mwangi. She's here representing 2 entities. One is World Bank, and also the other one is the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry. She's our focal point, leading on the Kenyan innovation ecosystem. She's an ecosystem builder and also expert. And Cecilia, you've heard from the group that they want to see collaboration between government and private sector. So as you prepare to come on stage, which is here, let me ask my panelists to also rise, and we do a group photo as you take the stage.
Thank you, Mercy. This is quite an ambush. This was your day. Yeah? Good afternoon, everyone. Afternoon, everyone. Oh, it's lunchtime, huh? I'll keep it very short and sweet as just like last speaker. My name is Cecilia Mwangi, representing the Kenya Industry Entrepreneurship Project. It's a project being implemented under the State Department for Industry, under the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry. Also accompanied by a few other implementation team partners. I've seen Zainab from Maastricht School of Management. You can just wave. She's implementing the Industry Academia platform subcomponent for KIEP. Thank you. Then there's also Dr. Onyuka, who I don't know if you were introduced earlier. He's the project coordinator for KIEP Kirdi activities. Thank you. Sure, please go ahead. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Yeah, in my other hat, I was Miss World Kenya in 2005, and also the champion for the anti-Jigger campaign. I don't know if any of you can connect to the Jiggers. I don't. As mentioned earlier, the ministry recognizes the strength of ASEC as a convener, and we started this journey with ASEC in 2008. with ASEC, where at that time the minister felt like this ecosystem is growing and we needed to speak as one voice. So ASEC has done a great job. It's been 5 years, I think 120 members now, and still going strong. And we recognize your strength in convening and pushing the collaboration agenda, and also pushing the enabling environment agenda and growth for the ecosystem. So as a ministry, we appreciate that. And one of the things we did is we really needed to understand this innovation ecosystem. And one of the things we funded is a rapid assessment for the ecosystem. We need to know who's doing what, who in what sector, how big, how many startups or how many enterprises you're supporting, so that when we are mapping also the resources, at least we have an understanding. Because trust me, the startup ecosystem is very new and a lot of dynamics, and we are supporting an interesting generation. The age, as you've heard, is on TikTok and all. So government also need to adapt to that. So we needed to understand that. And from what I heard from Isaac in the morning, we have a long way to go in terms of, we actually started the startup bill in Kenya. We were ahead of Nigeria, we were ahead of Tunisia, we were ahead of SA. They all now have an act. We are still not there yet. So we really need to push as ASEC. We believe you have that strength or energy to push that agenda. And also in government, and also in the executive, the legislature, I think with goodwill we should be able to do that. I also had earlier, I joined in virtually the conversation around with Dr. Pulong, Maureen, and Isaac on policies. We have a lot. We just need to take stock. What is there? What is relevant? Review what is there. What are some of the dynamics that we can adopt or come up with new policies to enable, to have that enabling environment for ESOs to thrive, for enterprises to thrive. So we are not lacking competence, we are not lacking the material, we are not lacking the resources. We just need to operationalize. And I think such a forum is good. Let's keep engaging. And beyond engaging, let's now walk the talk. Yeah? And ASEC should be in very good place for that. Lastly, I'll not even go far. I don't know, how many of you are aware of the Karibu Business Support Center? Karibu Business Support Center? Good. We invited Mercy, thank you. MITI invited Mercy for this launch, and it's a one-stop business center for all business needs. So anyone in business out there, government is really looking forward to engaging with private sector, and this is one channel. Mercy, I don't know, you need to figure probably another forum where we can call in the ESOs, can understand what is happening in these business centers, and then we can disseminate the same information to the entrepreneurs. Because registration process have been made easier through this center. Licensing and all those activities that you require to start off a business are all there. There's a portal, there's a physical space at NSSF. Please, it's available. Just go in there, see what you can do. And yeah, we mentioned about the public engagement on taxation. There's been a lot around that. I won't go, that was a very murky conversation we had there. Niliambua mini government. So I took the punches, but yeah, it's real talk. It's there, it's burdening us. So we really need to speak louder. And we have a president who listens. He should be able, we should be able to intervene. Lastly, yesterday I attended a workshop, and it was about results, yeah? And it was an acronym, RACE, yeah? And RACE, which is R, is equals to attitude, competence, and execution. In order to achieve the results, we need to have the right attitude. We all need to have the same mood, the same spirit. We need to be resilient, yeah? Then after that, in the ecosystem, we don't lack the competence. We have the competence, we have the expertise. All the minds in this room come together, we can make a good thing, yeah? Then finally, we have the energy and the spirit to execute all these competencies. So in order to achieve all these policies that drive successful enterprises, we need to all work towards the results. We all need to focus, look at all in the same direction, and ASEC is the one who's leading us on this. So I'll encourage many more ESOs who are out there, be part of this movement, be part of ASEC, do not miss, because ASEC is on the decision table at the ministry. We have put you right there. So we appreciate your help, we appreciate your support in the ecosystem, and we continue to support you in all ways that we can. Thank you very much, and have a good afternoon.
I mentioned she was the Kenyan innovation ecosystem expert, right? Yes, so Cecilia, it's never an ambush. It's always a pleasure to hear from what you're thinking, what are some of the initiatives that are happening, and there's a lot that the Kenyan government is doing, okay? So please just, even if there's nothing you're leaving with, just know there's a lot of initiatives you can already plug into and be supported. Now, the final person I really want to hear from is Elizabeth. I don't know if she's here. Yes, Elizabeth, please come. She's from the Nairobi City County government. They are also doing great things. They even have a tech week that they are organizing, and ASEC is one of the key partners that will be implementing this. And we already have identified, 13? We already have 13 sector leads who will be championing on this. So Elizabeth, there's some reactions that have been asked from the previous discussion. You can also respond briefly to that.
Okay, thank you, Mercy. Actually, that was an ambush. I wish you had whispered. And good afternoon, everybody. My name is Elizabeth Ndongo, and I take this opportunity to welcome you once again in Nairobi City County. And we are doing well. Karibuni. You're already there, yeah? Sorry, there are a few things I'm glad to be here. Thank you, Mercy, for inviting me. And I want to say that I'm sure many of you interacted with Victor, the Chief Officer, Digital Economy and Startups. He left for greener pastures, and we are happy for the vision that he gave Nairobi City County. And the beauty of government is that once a vision has been embraced, it never dies, because it's the office, and so it continues. So we are there, and the one who is holding fort. Meanwhile, we're expecting a chief officer very soon. So just tusikize hivi tutajua what is happening. The Director Digital Economy and Startups, as we are waiting for the chief officer to come on board. So many things have been said, and we are happy what the ecosystem is doing. And ASEC, thank you very much for this particular association and bringing the startups together, and ESOs and everybody else. What the government is doing, it cannot do alone. I know at times people say the government is slow, it's not moving, but one thing as government is that we embrace everybody. We don't move with the fast runners, because it's about taking care of every citizen. So when we find us slow, remember we are thinking even about the smallest, not smallest in size, but that one you term, whatever word you want to give them. We have to make sure everybody as a citizen benefits from the resources, from the policies, and everything that is happening. So we really embrace you, and we appreciate the collaboration and the support that you're giving the government in all ways, even when we don't measure up. Remember, we are thinking about the last person, for lack of a better word. We have to move everybody in the country. Remember, everybody is important in the government. That's why you're a Nairobi citizen, and we take care of, and we are mindful of your welfare. So as far as the Tech Week is concerned, we are doing second edition. How many participated in the last one? We had Innovate Nairobi Tech Week 2023. Nobody. Oh, thank you. At least that's a bit encouraging. And so we are doing the second edition of it in the month of August, and would like each and every one of you to be a participant. So just keep listening. We have partnered with ASEC because they are able to reach more people in this association, plus many other partners. This time is going to be bigger and greater and more impactful. The first one was the first one of our own in Nairobi City County, in the history of the Nairobi County. So at least appreciate us. Acha tu nijiitishie. Yeah, it may not have measured up to what many would, or some, not many, some would have expected, but we did it for the first time, and we'll keep growing, and then a number of years we'll be talking of other greater things. Our main objective is to empower every Nairobi citizen and to make sure that you're better people, you have greater impact in the society. So watch out for that. As we continue meeting, we'll continue releasing more information through ASEC and the other the county website. At times many people ask, where do we get this information? Keep checking on the Nairobi County website. There's so much information. Even jobs. Don't look for somebody. First check the website. When you check there, and then you can start looking for other things. But it is working. I know right now hamtaki kutusikia sana juu ya maji. Sio sisi, ni maji, ni mvua. But we are doing the best we can. And we always say, let everybody play their role. Jaribu tu pahali huko. Nairobi actually has got, we talk about more than 6 million citizens during the day. So you can imagine hata kama niwe ungekuwa governor, handling 6 million people. Na mnajua dynamics za Kenyans na Nairobians. It is not very easy, but we give it the best. It may not be 100%, but we give it the best. So supporters, we always say when we are thinking about security, you are the first person to take care of your own security. Then the government comes and we're giving it the best. So we are looking forward to partner with you in the month of August, and then we'll keep talking. I don't want to answer the questions because I had not listed them down, but what I want to say is that we are in the process. The baby is still new. We are 1 year old. So with that 1 year old, we have teething problems, we have budget issues, but by the time we are doing 5 years, now you can ask me those hard questions. And the person who will be in the office will answer them. So we are doing it the best, and that's through Mercy, I said that we want to have representatives from ASEC. Why? We want to have your voice. We want to know what is it that you want the government to do. And when you hear there is public participation, kindly attend. Give your points, let them be minuted. Wengine wanasema hata tukienda huko tuongee, they are never taken into consideration. It's not that they are not taken into consideration. They are written, they are minuted, and they are referred to. As we said, government does not, wow, this is a dangerous statement to state now, after jana asubuhi ya shule. But the right thing is that, or the tradition, the history of government, is that it releases a statement after making sure all the factors are done. Wala wameshika joke wamejua nimesema nini, but things are changing, but naturally, or that is the tradition of government. It should release information when everything is taken care of, because I mean all factors are considered so that we don't have the back and forth. So when some things are not given, some questions if I answer, I'm only supposed to give the true picture of the government, not my opinion. So that's why I've said for now, let me not answer some of the questions, because I don't want to give something that is not documented, and then next year mtaanza kusema but Elizabeth told us. However, you've heard of the Business Hustler Fund. We are working with that startups, and we have the trade department. We are working on that collaboration. So please come on board. We are seeing how we are going to have the tech startups benefit from the Business Hustler Fund. So in the next 2 or so months, we will have a clear picture and a framework of this is how you are going to benefit from that. So we have you, and we are thinking about your welfare, and we are going to work together. So asanteni sana, and welcome to Nairobi Tech very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for safeguarding the law. Yes. So it really wouldn't be right of me if I don't also recognize Kilifi County. We have a representative from the government. Pauline, where are you? Yes, Pauline, please. Just come and tell us something. So you've been asking for government to come closer to private sector. We've brought you the national government, we have the Nairobi County government, and also we have Kilifi. So Pauline, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Pauline Kadi, Investment Promotion Officer from County Government of Kilifi, Department of Trade, Tourism, and Cooperative Development. Thank you for the opportunity, Mercy. And also at large ASEC. As ASEC has been an eye-opener personally to me and also to Kilifi County at large, because at least through ASEC, I was able to identify the entrepreneurship support organizations because they don't know each other in Kilifi County. So that is where government and especially the trade department comes in. And I'm really honored to network and to learn more, because also in November, we'll be having a Kilifi County Investment Conference, and we are welcoming the private sector. We see how we can also collaborate more, because collaboration is the best culture we can embrace, so that all entrepreneurs can be able to benefit, right? Yes. So for me, I just want to take this opportunity to say thank you, and Kilifi County tutaendelea na tutahakikisha ASEC mmefika huko, na pia Nairobi County, other counties mmekaribishwa Kilifi. Yes.
Thank you so much, Pauline. At least now we're seeing how even within government we can start to see collaboration. So thank you. So much has been said. We wanted to share with you the draft collaboration framework, but what we'll do is that, is it live now? Okay. What we'll do is that we shall refine it further, but shockingly enough, everything you have said is actually what is part of the collaboration framework, and we still need to add on to it. Can you just go back one slide, just briefly? So we're developing something what we call a multi-stakeholder platform. But kindly, we need your feedback. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mercy. Yeah, definitely when it's vote of thanks, no, it's lunchtime, right? Officially, yeah. So yeah, please take a minute. I've just looked through the form. It's one page at least. There's no next page. So you should be able to do it. And once you finish, you can make some good eye contact, so I know. Yeah. Cool. But even as you do that, I think today has been a good, amazing day for a lot of us. And so we invite you, even as we go for lunch, have some moments to connect with each other. You know, the activities we've done about just bonding can allow you to talk to each other a bit over lunch. So create those connections, check the numbers, the phone numbers, organize for your own coffees if the floods or the rains allow for that to happen. In Kilifi County is inviting us to go there, so as you go for your trip to Mombasa, just, you know, go over to Kilifi. But yeah, I'm here to give vote of thanks. So I think first I'll start by recognizing, you know, the whole project that's behind this. So Miti, Cecilia, yeah, and together the World Bank again, yeah. You'll also raise your hand for that? Okay, cool. Nairobi County, yeah. Okay, it's nice that they're also still here until this time for the meeting. You know how they just show up for their session and then disappear? So we recognize the patience and the ability to be part of the discussions, which is really important. The Kirudi team, step out? Yeah, but I think we also appreciate that. Kenya Association of Manufacturers, I think, also stepped out a bit earlier. Kilifi County, just have you, of course, here. Where is Savio? Yeah. Amazing work with the Association of Countrywide Hubs. So if you are looking to go into a county like, I don't know, Busia County, yeah, talk to him and he'll tell you who's operating in that ecosystem. So he has all this knowledge around who's playing in the different areas and all that. So a lot of collaboration between the different players and that. Just anyone coming from academia and research, we want to appreciate you. The audience, I think you guys need to clap for yourselves a bit. Different audiences from, you know, entrepreneurs, SMEs, startups, ESOs, and anyone interested in the topic, really good. And then also just the amazing team. I think we also want to clap for the online audience, guys, yeah? In fact, they did a better job with keeping time, yeah, for the summary presentation, but they added into what you've had. So I think between that, and I think in relation to that, just thanking the team behind this for, you know, the technical team for making it happen and for allowing them to seamlessly join in, and the suppliers and everyone involved in that. So yeah, again, just a big hand for that. And then a special clap for the ASEC team. So if you're part of the ASEC team, just raise your hand a bit. Oh yeah, everywhere, yeah. Okay, guys, let's clap for them, right? What I'm learning personally is when you go for a lot of these conferences, they're moving just beyond discussions to actually action points. And I think you guys can resonate with that, right? You've got a lot of events, you just show up, you go home, you don't know anyone, you're wondering, why did I come all the way from Kilifi for this, right? But I'm liking I like the flexibility of the design, being responsive to what the people really like, and we hope you're able to create more environments for that. So really thanking that, and then also I'll also love to also thank my team, the Endeavor team. Yes, I think you've seen them as the note takers in the groups. So one ask if there are things you've written down and you think would be helpful for the ASEC team, just remove that piece of paper and you will be able to give them. So if you guys can just raise your hand in the groups. Yeah, so if you have any materials that you think might be helpful for us, share back the data, and that's why we want to make sure we incorporate the feedback to inform the policy changes as well. And lastly, of course, the hotel for hosting us. I think we are good. I'll invite Brian. But before I do that, has anyone struggled filling the feedback form? So we have data for decision making, right? Cool, thanks. And you can give me also a hands, like some claps, yeah? Right.
Good afternoon. A big thank you to everybody who has been able to join us for today. I know we have anticipated towards today, and here we are. The day is coming to an end. For today's lunch, we'll be having it on the 16th floor. So you'll pick your meal voucher as we move out, and we also request that at least so that when you're coming next time, we are able to give you these nice tags. Kindly leave them with us, and we'll be able to provide them with you next time, for also as we take care of the environment. We don't want to continue printing more, So if you have the feedback, or rather the data, I'll be the one picking those papers. So please share them with us as you move out as well. And in case of any questions, kindly feel free to reach out to us. Yesterday we did an SMS with the number and the email that you can send out any questions or concerns to us. So thank you very much, and have a lovely lunch. Thank you.
We have our communication person here. We will share the photos with you. I know you all want to see how wonderful you look. You all look great from here, I can tell you. Sparkling. So we'll share with you the photos and also the presentation. But also we have this session recorded on YouTube as well. So if you search for ASEC News, you'll find it there. But really, thank you so much for coming for this event. On behalf of the management team and the board, we really appreciate each and every one of you spending your time up to now and still being attentive and quite eager to listen and even not even move from your seat when you're told lunch is ready. Really, we appreciate you. Please pass our regards to your team and stay safe. And that is why we are trying to really ensure we keep time with this program so that we do not inconvenience you going to wherever other business you have. But thank you so much. Be on the lookout for the other upcoming policy roundtable. If you are an ESO, new or not registered under ASEC, we do have our founders and CEOs meetup on the 9th of May. That's next week. Kindly do register with us. We have a team at the back. Do not miss out. For the rest of us, we have other events coming up, other webinars and conferences that you will definitely be plugged into. Asante sana and have a lovely evening. DJ, tupatie music ya kuchangamsha. But thank you so much, everyone. Bye-bye.